Present day. Present time.
And welcome to Radio DMG. I'm your host, Philip Wesley, the Mile High Mouth. It has been a while since we have discussed stuff, and things. So, this episode is just going to be content. We have a lot left over from Sauna. We have stuff from Non-DesCon 2013, and we have some musical reactions and other items to go through. So, we're just going to skip straight to the meat in these potatoes. You're welcome. Also, it's been a while since June. Please, send help.
So, more technology. Give us just a moment.
Yep.
I'm actually going to do this without the microphone because he's still setting up. Next guest is a fantastic person. He's written a really cool book called Soul of Anime, which is a whole ton of fun. It's absolutely fascinating. If you get a chance, read it. It's a really good read. If you have a question, come up to the microphone. We are recording this, so that way, if you hear yourself on voice better, you can say A and sign your disc and all that kind of stuff like that. So, but ladies and gentlemen, moving right along, I present to you Dr. Ian Condren.
Thank you. Just a minute, I want to try to get this fixed up here. Spinning rainbow wheel of death, so I'm going to take a second here. Display switch that. Okay, that's better. Let me just test, let's just test the sound too. Oops.
さて、剣士の一瞬の技を表現するには早く書かなければ気分が出ないというのが大塚さんの違い。例えば、五右衛門の抜刀をどう書く
Okay, good. Pretend you didn't see that. All right. I have to walk around too, so I'll carry this around. All right, so welcome. I want to thank the Rocky Mountain Anime Association and the Consulate General as well. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here, and I look forward to the conversation for the rest of the day. I'm Ian Condren. I teach at MIT. I've been there about 11 years. I'm in the Comparative Media Studies Department, and I'm a cultural anthropologist by training. When I was going through college, I didn't know what a cultural anthropologist was. I actually discovered it late, so I'll talk a little bit today what it means to do cultural anthropology. It was kindly mentioned, this is my new book, and in the interest of fan subbing and scanlation, the first chapter is available free online on Script. And I might mention as well that the book is published under Creative Commons, so that if you copy it and post it online, it's perfectly legal, and you have my approval to do that, and the publisher as well, and you don't even have to ask. So that's my little gesture towards new approaches to thinking about copyright. I might add, though, that I'm in the luxurious position of not having to make money on my content, that I have a regular job, so it's not identical to everyone else. But it is something that I think is useful. And most of the book, what I'll be talking about today, comes from the book, and I have a few copies around too if you're interested in looking at more. All right, so what is, I want to first start with a big picture, okay, and think about anime, and some of the context I put my interest in animation in. And part of it is, I think we're in a really interesting moment. We've been talking a little bit about how the digital era is changing things, different generations and their approach to media. But I think there's also a kind of underlying anxiety, and maybe this is part of the explanation for some of anime's success as well, an anxiety about the direction of our economy, of our politics. Questions of whether our major corporations are up to the task of tackling some of the big issues of the day: global warming, human rights, global poverty, other kinds of pollution, environmental issues. They're big problems, they're kind of widely acknowledged, and yet one wonders whether these large multinational corporations are really diving in to work on them as much as they should. So too, I think there's a lot of frustration and concern, not only with the government in the US, but the government in Japan, and people wondering whether our elites, who we trust to guide us out of the various challenges we have, are really up to the task. And so it may seem strange to begin to talk about Japanese cartoons with a gesture towards the crisis in global capitalism. But in fact, I think it's there, and I think there is a connection there. And in fact, I'll be trying to walk out what some of that connection might be. But the short answer is that anime is a kind of culture, it's a kind of media that many people did not expect to be a big deal. People would look at it, people in Japan, and certainly people in the US as well, who were in charge of major media companies, were often slow to recognize the real potential that was there. So in many ways, sort of what drives a lot of my research, and one of the things I'm interested with anime as well, is how cultural movements go global without the push of elites. Who is it that drives these new movements that can move into the mainstream and have a huge effect, even if those in power don't recognize its importance to begin with? And to me, that's a kind of inspirational thing about anime, that it shows that it is possible, that we don't need, in fact, elites of all types to get the ideas first. We on the margins, we in the niches, we in parts of underground subcultures who really believe in something and are committed to something can have a huge and lasting effect on the direction the world goes in. And so that's sort of the big picture, and I'm going to try to talk about sort of why I think that is, and some of the ways that I think that we can see how that works through animation. I'm going to go back 100 years, okay? Because I think it's interesting that about 100 years ago, there was no such thing as animation. Film was a relatively new technology. Of course, there were cartoons, but some of these early cartoonists were experimenting with the ideas of, well, how might we combine this new technology of film with our interest in cartoons? I should say at the outset, there's a lot of debate about what the first animation is, and I don't really want to get into that so much. There's certainly a great book, and every national history of animation actually has anime starting in their country, I've noticed, so it's kind of interesting. But one of the origin myths comes from Winsor McCay, a cartoonist, and he made a short film in 1911 that mixes live action and animation, and he says to his friends, his artist friends at a gentleman's club, they're sitting around drinking and smoking cigars, and he says, I'm going to take these characters that I draw, and in 1 month's time, I will draw 4,000 drawings, and I will make these characters move. And when he told this to his friends, his artist friends, this is what they did. They said, you're crazy. It's not going to work. It's absolutely impossible. They're rubbing his head to see if maybe his skull is cracked. And they say, it's just not going to happen. And so Winsor McCay is here. He says, nope, I'm going to do it. And it cuts to a scene of him working. We got a little bit of this, from our Funimation crew, how much labor actually goes into the process of making animation and translating it and distributing it. And there's a kind of spectrum of this labor that runs from professionals in Japan through professionals overseas through the kinds of stuff we do as fans as well, including conventions. And there's all this work goes into it. And eventually, he comes out and he creates a short animation. I just want to show a little clip of what it looks like. So, I think it's a kind of cool animation, and it's a remarkable amount of work that he put into it. And what the idea I want to begin with here is, would Winsor McCay have had the energy to put this much work into it had it not been the thought for his friends waiting and waiting for it? And so one of the things I want to suggest is that when we think about creativity, we think about where it comes from, we might do better in terms of thinking about a kind of collaborative creativity, right? That there is this way in which for every creator that's out there, there are also people around that creator who are cheering for that person and who are also part of making these things happen. And it seems to me it's tricky because a lot of the way we talk about creativity has to do with the Picassos of the world and these geniuses who break through in certain ways, and it sort of comes out of their own individual brilliance. But if we think and look more carefully at art history and media history, it quickly becomes clear that almost all art forms come out of communities and groups of people, and that the creativity itself comes out of the collaborative process. And so this is sort of the theme of my book. Well, how might we think of collaborative creativity, and what might that mean? And it seems to me we can see it in all sorts of works. Certainly Summer Wars is a wonderful example where the entire family is the hero, and I've been quite interested in Mamoru Hosoda and the kinds of work he's been doing, and it's one of the themes I think about in the book, the way digital media has this kind of paradoxical effect. On the one hand, it enables new kinds of collaboration, new kinds of communities to emerge. Fan fiction communities are certainly interesting examples. AMP, it goes on and on. We can think of all sorts of collaborative networks that are there. There's also a way in which we can get closed into our own kind of personalized niches, right? The personalized futures. And this is a kind of tension that goes on where we're in our own echo chambers, we're in our own filter bubbles. And how we think about that dynamic seems to me is going to be an important direction for us to really reimagine what the digital is all about. Because on the one hand, right, we have this opportunity to come together, wager as a group, certain kinds of activities, but there's also the danger that's out there of this kind of connection and the ways it can make us vulnerable to certain kinds of attacks. So too, The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, a very interesting film, it seems to me, where Hosoda, the director Hosoda, transformed the characters in order to think about how our personalized futures and the ways we imagine the future is quite different from an Astro Boy era. Where Astro Boy, the future was about flying cars and tubes in space and robots who would do our work for us, and there was a kind of holistic view of a better future for everyone. And one of the things Hosoda thought is that, well, in fact, nowadays we think of our future more in terms of my future. What will my future be? And so he transformed the way the characters were designed from the original story to this new updated version where the boy from the future comes back not to save his society, but actually just to look at a piece of art, an art that had been lost in his day. And even his most recent film, it's wonderful. This will have a release at some anime conventions this summer, but also more broadly in the fall in the U.S. A really wonderful film I just had a chance to see the other day, Wolf Children, which in some ways, it seems to me, it talks about many things, but one of the things that struck me was the way that as we look at children, young people today, they face a future that you face a future that's new and sort of untapped territory. It'll be interesting to see, not entirely unlike children who are half wolf and half child, who are seen as strange to the older generation, but for those young people, it's all they've ever known. So wrestling with that challenge is going to be what's one of the things going forward. Now, one thing I want to pause here and say that this kind of way I've talked about Hosoda's films. I want to sort of step back at an analytical level, I suppose, and say the way I've talked about Hosoda's films is a very common way to talk about the success of anime or the success of any popular culture or media form, which is to say we look at the story and we interpret the content in some way and see how that content connects up with us as fans or with society and the way things are changing. But I'm a cultural anthropologist. And one of the things that means is that to do research, we go and we live among the people, right? It used to be we live among the natives. We don't call them natives anymore because they're people like Hosoda. But we live among the people and do participant observation field work. That's the sort of the idea of cultural anthropology. And to portray the world as it looks to those who are most involved in it. So when I think of Wolf Children, of course, there's this kind of imagery, but I also think of where they actually made the film. And this is the Studio Chizu, which I visited last summer. And that third floor there, that's the fancy space where they made Wolf Children. And if you go inside, this is actually what the Wolf Children film looks like. It's kind of remarkable in a way. It doesn't look that different from Winsor McCay 100 years ago. These stacks and stacks of paper, right? Scenes 100 to 105 are right here. And there's a way in which if you go and you spend time in these anime studios, and I've been fortunate to be able to do this in Japan, you get a very different picture of the labor of making animation. And it seems to me this sort of speaks to a shift in the way we can think about, well, what is media? When we talk about media success, what even is this category of media? And there was a time in which media was primarily content, right? It was packaged. There was this boundary between producers and fans. DVDs, there were politics involved with it. Who gets access to broadcast? What kind of propaganda might be out there? Reading content in a certain way was a political response to things that were out there. And this was sort of, it's still the main way of thinking about media as a kind of content. But it seems to me in this current generation, this current era, we're seeing a shift to thinking of media as a platform, not as content, but as a part of a social network, right? Where there's these participatory spaces and communities of shared interests. Crowdsourced production becomes increasingly important. All kinds of new media companies are out there that don't so much create content as create a place for participation. And it seems to me that this shift of thinking about the participatory side of media, it's certainly been a theme we've already been hearing about, may be a way to understand media success and anime success. Not in terms of what makes anime successful, but who makes anime successful. And it raises new kinds of questions. Well, then what is of value, right? What is being exchanged? Often non-commercial exchange really drives a lot of this world. And when we use the word network, right? Now network means something very different than it used to. When I was growing up, network was ABC, CBS, NBC. That was a network. It was very much one-way communication, but now a network really has this feedback loop in all sorts of interesting ways. It seems to me it changes the way we need to think about how anime and how media more generally works. All right, so let's just think, anime success. What is anime success? There's a number of ways to think about it. Right? 60% of the world's TV broadcasts cartoons, Japanese in origin, incredible, right? How did that happen? There is money in the anime business, about $2 billion a year business, if you combine TV commercials, theater box office, DVD sales. But what's even more interesting is that the merchandise around the characters is at 10 times the size of the anime itself, which already should make us think, well, what anime makes, what anime creators make, is not so much animation, purely animation, but as people have been suggesting, a world in which we can participate in. And so again, one way of thinking this collaborative creativity is the connection between manga, where a majority of anime comes from, toys, fan production as well. Okay, so this is sort of the business, so a little glimpse of some of the business side of anime in Japan, and that kind of success. Of course, there's also a kind of aesthetic success, and the great Hayao Miyazaki is certainly one of the forerunners of this, with some just incredible imagery that still stands out in its amazing approach to characters and storytelling as well, not just Spirited Away, but of course we've seen the cat bus already a few different ways, but it stands out, right? It's something you remember. Of course, there were other styles, science fiction end of things that had a big impact. You know, one of the breakthrough moments in getting visibility for anime among the elites in Japan had to do with Ghost in the Shell becoming the #1 selling DVD briefly in 1996. And it started to give people in Japan, at least business people in Japan, an idea that, hey, we really ought to start thinking more and taking more seriously the international market. And of course, the new styles as well are hugely popular and important. And you know, one of the questions might be, you know, sort of how did I get into anime? Because I was a little late to understand the beauty and fascination of anime. My first book was about Japanese rap music. I'm more of a music guy in some ways, but I got interested in Japanese rap music, and so I use Japanese hip hop in my classes. And I always ask my students, you know, same as Elisa, you know, why are you taking my class? And you go around, it's like anime, manga, anime, karate. There's always like one karate or judo kid, and then anime, manga. I said, oh well, that's interesting. I should probably check some of this stuff out, check it out, because I knew Ghost of the Shell, I knew Akira, but I hadn't watched a whole lot of it. And then my students came up to me and said, hey, professor, you know, you're into hip hop in Japan. You got to see Samurai Champloo. I said, what's Samurai Champloo? He said, oh, professor. Oh my God. You're going to love this. And I said, well, it's great. I'd love to see it. But I looked it up. It's not available yet. You know, what should I do? They said, oh, professor, we got to teach you about BitTorrent. Fan subs, and they're typing it up and showing me animeski.com, and I was like, wow, you know, this is really an amazing world. And I started checking it out, and it became more and more involved in it. And when I sort of started this project, I said, okay, you know, this is great. I'm going on this big adventure. I'm going to figure out how anime became so successful globally. I'm going to package it. I'm going to become a business consultant. I'm going to get super rich. So I thought this would be my great plan. And so I go and I go to Japan and I start trying to do research among anime studios. And the first thing I realize is that no one gets rich in anime. That this is what anime studios look like. It's kind of remarkable. It's a little sad. I showed this picture to Hosoda the other day. He's like, it makes us look a little cheap, actually, when you show these pictures. I'm like, I'm sorry, but this is actually what it is. And maybe, you know, part of it is, maybe we need to know, you know, because I do think that a lot of our image of anime is this, but for the people who work in the business, a lot of their image is this, and there's got to be some kind of, you know, recognition of this kind of labor and the work that goes into it, okay? Because it raises this question of, well, what is the value of anime, right? How do we understand? In fact, if we're thinking about capitalism, we're thinking about markets and economy and politics, we need to redefine, right, what is of value in our world. It's happening all the time. It's not unique to our present day, but there is a tendency, it seems to me, for people in the business world at least, or at least the business analysts, I should say, because of course we've already heard from Funimation, the kind of connection to the fans is very much at the core of their business model, but there are these higher level industry types who often come out with graphs like this, which show the sales of DVD, right? This is a commercial value of the anime market and how it's been going up and down. This is about that $2 billion a year number that you get to. But it seems to me, and from our own experience, we can recognize that this is a kind of barren understanding of value, right? The value of anime. To say all anime, we're just going to stack it up here and say what got sold and what didn't get sold. So I want to suggest another way of thinking about anime by going to one of my favorite anime series, Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei. I think I got a little bit of Setsubo Sensei in me too. So we got to go to Sayonara Setsubo Sensei, who, as you know, his real name is Itoshiki Nozomu, but if you rewrite his name more closely together, it reads as despair. And of course, there's all sorts of puns and language games going on in this series. But I want to show you a little clip, about a 2-minute clip here, that wrestles with this question of value. And it comes out of the day in the high school when everybody's getting measured, right? Their height, their weight, their bust, their waist, their hips. As you can imagine, and it would still be a nerve-wracking day for us, but imagine high school as well, a terrible day. And Setsubo Sensei, Mr. Despair himself, says, this is no way to understand how important you are. This is a travesty. We need a much better way to understand your personal value. And he's like, I've got an idea of how to do that. And so that's what this clip is. It's about 2 minutes long.
今日は身体測定だったようですね。しかし上辺ばかり測って何になるのですか。肉体はいずれ滅びます。死んだら灰になってエアーズロックにばらまかれます。そんな上辺の物体にこだわってどうするんですか。会社の時価総額とかメニューのカロリーとかブログのアクセス数とか単行本の発行部数とか上辺の数字ばっかり一憂するから日本はおかしなことになるんです。絶望した。身体測定社会に絶望した。大切なのは中身がどうかということでしょう。そんなわけで今日は身の丈測定を実施します。
身の丈測定、それって何？
つまり人間の器の大きさを測るのです。皆さんには自らの身の丈を知り身の丈に合った人生を送ってほしいと思います。世の中身の丈に合っていないことをしている人が多いんです。6畳の部屋に60インチのプラズマテレビを置いたり、ニートのくせにニートに意見したり、残高が5000円しかないのに携帯認証キャッシュカードにしたり、薄毛なのにロン毛にしたり、デブなのにテスラシルク着たり、とにかく自分の器を分かっていない人が多いのです。己を知らざれば戦うごとに必ず危うし大損失。そんなわけで皆さんの身の丈を測ります。用意した部屋に1人ずつ入ってきてください。
失礼します。
どうぞおかけください。
あ、はい。
突然で悪いんですけど1万円貸してくれませんか。お願いできませんか。
無理ですよ、1万円は。
じゃあ2000円でいいです。貸してくれませんか。
嫌ですよ、2000円も。
じゃあ1000円。
1000円は大金ですよ。
500円。
500円かな。
100円。
100円と言っても
50円。
わかりました。それくらいなら貸します。
50円。君の人間の器は50円です。
50円ってどんな器の人間ですか。
そうですね。具体的に言うと50円の人間は貸したシャーペンについている消しゴムを使ったらマジ切れ、降りる駅を過ぎても160円区間ギリギリまで乗り、キャンプで自分の携帯を使わず他人の携帯を借りて明かりに使う。
人の携帯って
そんな人にあなたはなりたい。
なりたくありませんし、そんなことしません。
とにかく50円の君には身の丈に合った生活をしていただきます。
Poor Utsukage. Yes, it's a bad day. So there's a lot of crazy stuff going on in this little clip, but one of the things I want to just point to is the idea that, in fact, this is how we measure people's value. You turn to the business pages of the newspaper, and they'll talk about values, again, the market cap, how much profits a company will make, how rich someone is, how rich Steve Jobs is, and this becomes a measure of value. But in fact, in our day-to-day life, the way we measure other people's value, it seems to me, is much more like this. We're not so interested in what somebody else has, but how much they're willing to share with us, right? How generous are other people? That in fact, in our day-to-day life, this is the measure we actually use, even in our super capitalist system that we live under, okay? And what I want to suggest is there's lots of ways in which our political economic model, which explains how the world works, is missing all sorts of things. It's like the stupid question, why do fans do this kind of stuff when they're not getting paid? You say, well, they are getting paid, but not in money. That's the big difference here. And so if we think of value in these other terms, all of a sudden, all sorts of aspects of our economic and social world start to look a different way. We don't measure success in quite the same way. And I'm not the only one thinking about this. There's other theorists who are trying to rethink about how value in a social world is different than value in a business world. And that too much we've been depending on thinking of value in a business sense. And so David Graeber, another anthropologist, has this idea to think of social systems, these structures of creative action, and value, again, not as money, but as people value their own work. And it was this kind of thing that I really saw when I did my work in the studios. So I did some field work at Gonzo. I was able to watch the making of Red Garden. I would go to these weekly script meetings, and it was fascinating to see the ways that the characters were designed already, but the story had not been designed, how figuring out ways to have these characters interact and have a tension among themselves was very much what drove the designing of the script. Of course, I wanted to see more of the backstage work as well, so it took a long time, and I was finally able to talk them into letting me go and just sit where the animators work. And again, this is the space, what it looks like at Gonzo Studios. You see these stacks and stacks of paper. And to me, this was a little ironic because I interviewed the CEO at Gonzo, and he said, you know what makes Gonzo really different? We're digital. I was like, okay. And in a way, it's true. They were more digital, but it still had a lot of this paper that went on. Here's the director, Matsuo, working on his storyboards. Here's the animation director checking the key frames. Here's where I get to sit, the character designer's desk. She has her fashion magazines there. Her work was already done, so I got to sit there. But basically, it was a team of 6 people. Was the core group at the Gonzo Studios, the director, computer graphics. There's always a sort of closed-off section there where the guy working on color will have several monitors going to check how different color schemes work on different computers and TVs. Here's the painter doing the backgrounds, and then there was the character designer and the animation director. And that was sort of the core team. And as I went around, I got to see many other sides of animation as well. Here's visiting Toei Animation and seeing this Dragon Ball. And even when things go to digital, there's many aspects of the work that are still done by hand. And of course, was able to visit some voice acting studios as well. And it was here too that I got to experience some of this sense of collaborative creativity, of the way that there's a kind of energy in the room that helps drive people to feel engaged and rewarded in this kind of work. And I remember sitting in this particular voice recording session, and there was a young voice actress, and she wasn't being used in the film, but she was there to watch and learn how the work of being a voice actress unfolded. And you could see her sitting there and following along with the script and imagining herself, right, being the center of attention and wanting to be part of it. And I know she was feeling that because I was feeling it too. I thought, wow, it would be really cool to be in there and be a voice actor and just try that out. And then something crazy happened. I was sitting there, and this is the sound director. He turns back to the director and says, we need a couple lines here. Why don't you go in and do it? And the director says, nah, let's get Ian to do it. And the next thing you know, I'm sitting in the room, looking a little nervous, sweating, trying to read my lines there. And this was my big chance. I got to be my voice actor debut. It's actually also the end of my voice acting career at the same time, it turned out. But anyway, this was my moment. And as you might know, Red Garden is set in New York City. It's the story of these high school girls at a rich high school. They kind of become zombies, and they have to fight monsters, and there's blue butterflies and red flowers. And I remember actually sitting in a script meeting once, and one of the people who was also sitting in to watch says, where's the story going exactly? And the director goes, we don't know. We don't know yet. We're going to figure that out as we go along. Right now, we just got to get the tension among the characters going. So one of the tensions is that one of the characters, the female high school character, is looking for her father in New York City. And she's going around trying to find him with a friend of hers, and I think you'll be able to figure out which character I am. Here it is.
かなあ
何
あ
こっちよ上がっておいてよ
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. I'm the sketchy guy in the second floor window. I'm looking for more options too. I think that, but this for right now, I'm typecast as that. But it was a great moment. Okay, it was a great moment in part because I didn't get any money for it. It didn't matter. I didn't need money for it. But there was a way in which experiencing being part of that community, right? Something that we experience being part of the fans as well, is partly what drives this on. And then in fact, in some ways, it's even more interesting question: how does anime go global, even though it doesn't make money? Right? And the answer is that there's this social value, this social reward that's important even when it is stacks and stacks of paper and huge amounts of work. This gets us into thinking about the evolution a little bit of the industry as well. You know, some of the things that gives anime a competitive advantage is a reliance on limited animation that grows a little bit out of Astro Boy, very limited animation, not too many frames drawn per second, but already a devotion to this Astro Boy character. And so if we think of, I keep thinking, well, what does this mean if a character is a kind of platform, right? What if character is not a content, but it's a kind of platform that you build on? Because there's this kind of space, there's this energy that we want to go see these characters again, right? We like these people, we want to spend time with them. And so that energy is part of what makes a foundation on which to expand from manga to anime to toys and our other fan creativity as well. There's this connection to toys that's been very important for feeding money back into, especially anime production, new kinds of toys. There were, of course, lots of mecha toys early on, but this was a metal, expensive one, kind of fancy, that they advertised early on as well. Let's see, I think it starts here. Let's see if this will go. Here we go. No sound.
重い精密なメカこれが噂の超合金マジンガー Z コピーより新発売
Right? And so this is, again, sort of the extension of anime beyond the screen. And I tell the story in the book as well. Some of you are probably familiar with it. But Gundam was this remarkable story because it failed when it first came out. The original sponsor, Clover, was frustrated that toys weren't selling. They had agreed to a year-long contract but cut it short after 10 months. Bandai, at that time a small toy company, licenses just the plastic model rights, and then fans revive the series, right? And there's this whole range of activities that go on around Gundam that brought the series back, and so now it's one of the leading and ongoing series. It's been going on for 30 years, and it points to how this idea that if we want to understand anime success, we need to follow the money. It shows how that follow the money doesn't actually work in lots of cases. The money is important, but we need to pay attention to the social dynamics as well. And one of the things that's inspired me in thinking about this is some work by Scott McCloud. For those of you interested in comic books, there's really wonderful books about how comics work and how to design them. And he has this great idea called the gutter that he talks about. And I want to just read shortly here a little bit he has to say about it. What he says, this is Scott McCloud, he says, what comics aficionados have named the gutter plays host to much of the magic and mystery that are at the very heart of comics. Every act committed to paper by the comics artist is aided and abetted by a silent accomplice, an equal partner in crime, known as the reader. I may have drawn the axe being raised in this example, but I'm not the one who let it drop or decided how hard the blow or who screamed or why. That, dear reader, was your special crime, each of you committing it in your own style. And I think this is a kind of remarkable idea, right? That in fact the art of comics is not just what's happening in the two frames, but creating a space for people to put themselves into, for people to participate on their own. And it seems to me that this kind of backdrop is partly what explains anime's success and what we as fans can get out of it. Part of it is that manga is a very special kind of media. You could call it a more democratic form of media than Hollywood or the recording industry. It's very cheap to access. It's also very cheap to make. That there's hundreds of thousands of amateur fan artists who gather at Comic Market each year. 500,000 people meeting over 3 days. More than 30,000 fan groups meeting. This is I was finally able to visit this a few years ago, and this sort of space is about 1/16 of the entire convention. There's about 8 of these airplane hangar-sized halls that go on and on. And so what it means is there's always more comic book artists, manga artists ready to break in and have their chance. And publishers themselves are also very attuned to what readers like. And so that these very successful manga franchises are ones that beat out the competition. The manga publishers get between 3,000 and 4,000 postcards a week asking you to identify in your weekly packet of 20 different stories, what were the 3 best and what were the 3 worst? Write them in. So the 3 worst, they get cycled out because there's this army of people trying to break in. And those who stay at the top are ones who've beaten out the competition, have gotten good at beating out the competition week after week. Kind of raises the question, though, why doesn't this happen in the U.S., right? What's the difference in the U.S.? And I think there's a sort of interesting moment that happened in the mid-1950s that there was outcry against salacious and violent comics, gory tales, and so on, the haunt of fear. And so the publishers got together and decided on a code of behavior for comic books that would limit comics in the U.S. to things that were appropriate for children and, sort of politically correct things. And it really put the kibosh on a lot of sort of more extreme styles that were happening up until that point. And then, of course, we can't forget, the role of fans. Right? And the ways, I know, and we should probably talk about this more later, there is an illegal side to it, that's absolutely right. But there's a participatory side too, and we need to think about how to balance those kinds of issues. Cosplay, of course, is huge, and anime music videos, something close to my heart as well, have already been mentioned. So I'd just like to give one last example, okay? So what I wanted to suggest is a couple things. One is that when people say you can't change capitalism, you can't change politics, there's nothing new under the sun. Anime shows that's not true. 100 years ago, there was no animation industry. It didn't exist even as a media form. Now it's a global industry, emanating from lots of places, but especially strongly from Japan. So there is change as possible. Anime shows it. Social dynamics and rethinking what value means is part of that story. And that what I finally want to suggest is that new business models and new potentials are out there, and we can learn from this world of anime. And this is sort of a newer project, but I've gotten quite interested in the Hatsune Miku phenomenon. And probably many of you know, those who don't, Hatsune Miku is a virtual idol in Japan who begins as voice synthesizer software. When you open the software, it looks something like this. For those who've played with GarageBand or other kinds of music synthesizer software, it's very similar. You've got a piano score on the side, and you type in the melody, and this also allows you to type in lyrics, and the software sings. But when they released Miku, and they've been working on this for a year, Krypton Future Media is the company that really got it going, and they also released this character drawing that went with it, and at the same time, they made it a policy not to fight the use of this character, because they were neither an anime company nor a record company. So, like if you buy a piano, you write a song on that piano, Yamaha doesn't own that song, you own that song. So too, with Miku, the people could make songs in this voice and own the song as well, or share it as they pleased. So too, with the image, there was a lot of freedom in how you could use it, and whole ranges of Vocaloids have emerged since then. And since it was made, people would post their songs on Japan's YouTube, Nico Nico Doga, and I'm sure many of you have used Nico Nico Doga, but the ways that the comments don't come down sort of as YouTube, where you have to sort of scroll down and see the comments. In Nico Nico Doga, the comments scroll across the screen as you're watching. It's kind of a nice metaphor, it seems to me, for what social media allows, which is not only the watching of the content, but the watching of the participation and an opening for that kind of participation. Now, as these tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of songs get posted online, you've got companies wanting to get involved. So Sega makes a handheld video game using these fan-made songs and actually incorporating a lot of these fan-made illustrations as well, which they license from the fans. So that's a little bit of the little taste of the handheld video game. It is great, and I started playing this too. And if you don't do very well, which is mostly me, then afterwards she's like, "Oh, too bad. Try again next time." And then when I finally would do well, she'd be like, "Yay, you're so great!" And I was amazed how much I actually cared. I really wasn't expecting it. I thought, I'm too cool for this. But it got me. It got me. And, it's a way in which, these characters are really meaningful. Now, of course, Sega does more than just make the video games. They start putting on live concerts to promote it. So it is remarkable watching this, and I encourage you to check out more of these videos. They're pretty amazing if you haven't seen them. I'm sure many have. The lyrics here are great too, because she's like, "I'm the #1 princess, you gotta pay attention to me. I got new shoes on, I got a new shirt, check me out. Anything I need, you better give to me." Which is kind of ironic because she's the cartoon character. And yet, it's remarkable, right? It's there, it's real. People are cheering. In some ways, it's amazing to see the fans, right? The fans cheering, although there's live musicians on stage, the fans are cheering for Miku, and they're cheering for their experiences with Miku. Now, when it got picked up by various publications, there's a lot of emphasis on this action on stage, and Wired Magazine had something up recently. But it seems to me that these kinds of reportings about how weird it is that people are singing and dancing and cheering for a cartoon character just, again, get the story wrong. And they get it wrong because what makes Miku so fascinating is not what's happening on stage, but the crowdsourcing and the fan production that really stands behind her success. So I went to one of these fan conventions. It's Vocaloid-only fan conventions, about 7,000 people in Ikebukuro's Sunshine City, a big skyscraper there in the area of Tokyo. And 7,000 people were there, about 500 fan groups. We're selling DVDs, CDs, illustrations, posters, jewelry. And there's a huge world, of course, of this fan production. So too, you can make your own videos. There's free software for making these wonderful 3D videos. And some of these people who only make videos based on other people's songs have themselves become famous stars. And of course, the ability to transform Miku into all sorts of different styles, each one sort of being equally valid and equally acceptable as a kind of Miku, and that various artists who add P on the after their name to be producers, like Hachioji P, have begun becoming quite popular as well. And what Miku shows, and this is, I don't have to get into all the theory here, but it's going back to these questions of value and exchange. One of the things David Graeber wants to argue is that our idea that all kinds of exchange with other people is kind of economic exchange. It's sort of like buying something at the store and getting something in return, and then your relationship is done after that. In fact, is a very poor explanation of most of our social lives. Mostly when we do something for somebody else, we would hope that they might do something for us if we need it. And he says that actually the core of our social world is more communism than it is capitalism. Not communism in the sense of a government-controlled industry, but communism in the sense that if I've got a pen, I'll lend it to you if you need it. That kind of communism. And I think that also explains a lot of what goes on in the fan world. There's other forms of exchange as well. Some is reciprocal, and then there are these hierarchical exchanges where when kings get a present, they don't really think they got to pay back the present. And so he draws out these models. What's fascinating to me is this also, you can see this in the Miku world. So as we're thinking about, well, what is a kind of model for economics, for business, that acknowledges the importance of this free exchange, but also acknowledges that companies have to make some money, where do you draw those lines? I think Krypton Future Media has an interesting approach. They're more pushing this idea that, well, in fact, yeah, Miku is copyrighted. That's come out more and more. But they've set up 3 different levels of licensing. That if you make Miku stuff, but you're not selling it, you don't have to ask. You can just use it. It's no problem. They're not going to bother you as long as you're not selling things. And that's same as the Creative Commons license on my book. You can post it, but if you post it and sell it, that's not okay. But if you post it for free, that is okay. And so that's part of that idea. If you're making some money, but it's just enough to support your fan group, then Krypton Future Media wants to know about it. They're not going to charge you anything, but they want to have a little stamp on your goods that says this is legitimate. So it's kind of middle level. But if you really start making money, like some of these Hachioji, like some of these music producers have started making money, then they want a licensing deal and they're going to work it out. And so it's kind of interesting to me. It's happening in the music world as well around sampling, right? That sampling, legally, there's no change. All sampling has to be cleared and paid for. But in practical terms, if you're an indie underground producer of some sort and you're sampling and not making a lot of money, then you don't pay. But if you break through and you're starting to make a lot of money, then you got to pay. It's a kind of interesting, it seems to me, social solution to something that maybe doesn't have a good legal solution. And it strikes me that it comes back to the who makes anime successful. And my answer is that it's a connection between the creators, the different industries, and the fan production as well, that is often not driven, especially the fan production. But I would also say not a lot of the actual business production is not driven wholly by economic concerns. And so it seems to me that if we're trying to reimagine the future of economics, the future of things, and how businesses might evolve in the digital era, part of it means recognizing that there is a social side to what makes media so important, and trying to sort of understand and take advantage of that value, such that when we see these new connections, right, this question of there maybe is no clear boundary between what fans do and what producers do. That might this not offer us new opportunities? It certainly shows in the case of anime that new industries can emerge. And it shows in the case of Miku that new kinds of licensing schemes can be set up as well. How successful they'll be, we'll have to see. But at least the opportunity is out there. And for me, it's completely inspirational. Right? Because it does show that for all our frustration with the elites in the corporation and the elites in government, that those are not the only places that change comes from. That in fact change comes from us, our underground niches, our committedness to some of these things that a lot of people might not believe in, but nevertheless have expanded globally, have expanded within America, and show that we in fact have the potential to change things around in remarkable and world-changing ways. Thank you very much. I went too long, but if we have a couple questions, we could probably do it, and we can continue the, yeah, it's okay, we'll do a couple questions. Then we'll have a round table later, too, where we'll also be able to continue the conversation. But if anybody has a question or comment, please. I know, I didn't leave enough of a gutter. That's my mistake. Well, I expect people are hungry for lunch too. Yeah, we can do that, and I'm around. I'll be around all day, and happy to continue the conversation. If I have a couple books that I'll bring down after the lunch if anybody's interested. But also you can just read it online and check it out there too. It's also fine with me. But thank you all. It's been a long morning. Do you want to say a couple words to start? Yeah. Give us
just some stuff. Thank you very much for everybody who spoke so far. We're going to break for lunch for about an hour. Right across the hall, they have a whole bunch of stuff set up for you, so go off and eat what you can, because we're paying for it and there's a lot of it. We'll come back here at 2 o'clock, and then we'll have a couple more presenters and then a roundtable discussion, okay? All right. 1 hour break.
Star Blazers that kind of got the, machines, technology, and the whole sci-fi thing, and put it all together. And also, it was one of the first shows that got a lot of people into anime.
It's a multi-generational saga, the pre-Predator,
Robotech.
I mean, there's Transformers.
I have all of it.
There's drama.
It's not my thing.
Real life drama. There's kissing
They're
and
all red.
fighting and transforming robots.
It's the robots. I mean, they make such a huge impression on everybody.
Essentially, it was for animation what Star Wars essentially was for live action, if I had to compare it to anything.
Robotech is God. Robotech is life.
The material's still relevant. We still have the love triangle. We still have war. We still have all the things that are dealt with in the movie.
I like how the kids just like,
call it the
what?
grandfather of anime, that it started the wave of more of these mature titles coming to America. Robotech truly bridges ages, and it tackles themes that were never tackled before on television and animation. Death of characters.
Many fans have grown up with these characters, alongside these characters, and have made them a part of their lives.
It was not a question of asking who we're going to name our kids after. Miriam, Maximilian.
Yeah, our two favorite characters. When I first watched Robotech back in the spring of 1985,
Nice.
I called my brother and said, "This is the show we've been waiting for."
I discovered it in a dorm at UCLA. All the guys were watching it, so I just walked into the rooms and I just sat down and I just loved her voice. When I heard Min-Min's voice, that's what caught my attention.
To live a dream with somebody you care about like no one else.
I'm still going through the DVDs again and again and again.
Robotech has been a big influence in my life. It actually, when I started watching it as a child, it made me really fall in love with pilots, and I actually married a pilot, and I have always been interested in animation ever since then, and I've been working as a reporter for an anime website.
Moms would never get me up out of bed, and then once I found Robotech, I used to get up at 6:30 every morning. If I was a minute late, I'd be so angry that I missed the very beginning of it. I started flipping channels, and all of a sudden I see, whoa, it's exploding transforming robots. And then I started watching the show, and I was hooked. And I had to start watching everything. Then I found out it was a series. So then I had to catch every episode, and then I did. I had to watch it 2 times over.
The whole Robotech thing started, it got me so interested in it that what I do now is I own a chain of anime stores.
I finally wanted to see what happens to Rick Hunter.
Robotech thing.
We have those.
Well, hi guys. All right. As you might have noticed, this man needs no introduction, so I'm not going to give him any. He's Kevin McKeever. Everybody say hi.
Hi!
Everyone, how are y'all doing today? Having a good sauna so far?
Woo!
All right. First up, I want to take a moment to thank a couple people here. Technical difficulty must be the snow. I want to take a moment and thank a couple people here who went above and beyond the call of duty. I want to thank Amanda, the staff of NDK, and also Kathy Carter of the Carter Creative, who, despite chaos in the air traffic system, somehow all managed to work together and get me here about 3 hours ago. So please give them a round of applause because they are awesome. They are great. We're always proud to do business with them. And I also would like to thank the Council General of Japan, the Rocky Mountain Anime Association, invited guests, and of course the staff of Sana for allowing me to participate in this landmark event. So with that out of the way, allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Kevin McKeever. I am Vice President of Marketing at Harmony Gold, and I handle the Robotech franchise. Also, I am also Director of the 2013 Robotech Convention Tour. Now, everyone's asking here, we've all known that anime's been around for decades, but it's only been the last 30 years that's gone from the shores of Japan to a multi-billion-dollar global industry. Now, there are many who feel that Japanese anime has become the cultural representative of Japan. But this leads us to the question, though, and it's put forth at this conference. Why is anime so popular in North America? I mean, how did this happen? Well, to answer this question, we have to go to the birth of the modern-day North American anime industry.
But believe it or not, folks, the modern-day anime industry in North America wasn't born in Hollywood. And shockingly, it wasn't even born in Tokyo, Japan. Rather, the modern-day North American anime industry was born in Washington, D.C. in the late 1970s. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Carter was president. Laverne and Shirley were at the top of the ratings. John Travolta was number one at the box office with Saturday Night Fever. And disco ruled the radio airwaves. Also, the Ayatollah Khomeini was creating tensions in the Middle East. And these tensions caused a worldwide spike in oil prices. This worldwide spike in oil prices caused the United States to suffer what was called stagflation. Now, a lot of you are probably wondering, okay, Kev, what is stagflation? Well, stagflation, putting its most simple, basic form, is when the economy contracts, unemployment is rising, along with inflation rising as well.
Oh, you don't
Now,
have inflation though.
to counter the effects of stagflation, the Federal Reserve, then led by Chairman Paul Volcker, instituted an aggressive program using the federal funds rate to counter stagflation. In essence, what they did was they pushed the prime rate of the Federal Reserve to over 18%. Now, I know what you're all thinking. You're saying, Kev, what does that mean? I don't understand. I'm sure many of you, if not all of you, have credit cards, correct? Okay, you're going to like this. Well, maybe not after I explain it. But here's the thing, is that if you read the fine print of your bill, it says we calculate your interest rate based upon the federal funds rate, or the prime rate by the Federal Reserve, plus the 15 or 20% the bank charges you. So, to put this into perspective, right now the federal funds rate is like around 2 or 3 or 1 or 2%. I don't have the exact number right off my head. But back in 1981, the early 1980s, to counter the stagflation that was gripping the United States, the Federal Reserve raised the prime rate to over 18%. So take the 18%, then add the 15 to 20% your credit card charges you, and that'll give you an idea of what your credit card would be like back in 1981. Yes.
Ugh.
Now, despite high credit card bills, this also had two other immediate effects as well. First off, it stopped the runaway inflation and broke the back of stagflation. But more importantly for what we're going to talk about this conference, it made the US dollar incredibly strong and particularly an attractive investment. Investors from all over the world began buying US dollars and depositing it in US banks because of the high interest rates and the automatic return that they provided. Now, with the demand for the US dollar so very strong, this made the US dollar become extremely strong to the Japanese yen. So by 1983, roughly $1 US dollar bought you 240 Japanese yen. Now, this strong dollar allowed the anime floodgates to open, and new players began coming on into the anime scene. Two of particular note. Number one, Voltron, which came out in the fall of 1984 from our friends at World of X Productions. And of course, in the spring of 1985 came Robotech. Now, folks, you have to understand something. When Robotech came out, you want to know what the critics all said? They went, "Oh no, not another animated kids show with giant transforming robots who are going to mindlessly fight for 30 minutes. Then after all this mayhem, we're going to get a look both ways before you cross the street because knowing's half the battle, G.I. Joe, PSA at the end." But folks, Robotech was unlike any other anime property that come across to be aired in North America. In fact, here's a clip. When people sat down and watched Robotech, they didn't see mindless action or children's type of programming. This is an example of what they saw back in 1985.
What a crummy hole. Lousiest booking so far. Let's get out of this burg. It's disgusting.
Do you have to drink so much?
Listen, don't change the subject. We didn't even get any money. This is our whole paycheck. A stinking handout from our military overlords.
And what else does anybody need for survival?
Have you given any thought to taking in a little cash for a change?
No, I haven't. This was supposed to be a benefit for these poor people. Not a great opportunity for myself.
Oh, come on, Min-May. You know that I didn't mean anything like that.
We're getting paid like everyone else is, in the things that keep us alive. I think we should show a little appreciation.
Appreciation? Are you telling me that I should appreciate the great military mentality that brought us to this?
The military didn't bring us to this. The Earth was attacked and we did the only thing we could do. We fought back.
Fought back? I'm getting sick and fed up with hearing about it. Anybody would think that you've fallen in love with the military.
I just don't want to hear anyone knocking the soldiers is all. If it hadn't been for them, I wouldn't be alive right now. Or for that matter, neither would you.
You're breaking my heart.
Must you keep drinking? It's getting out of hand.
Hey.
Did that make you feel any better about yourself? Whatever you may think about the military, there are many fine men in it. And they are much better men than you are right now.
What's that crack supposed to mean?
It means that they're real men who are trying to rebuild the Earth while all you can do is drink and feel sorry for yourself.
Is that so? Well, I've done a pretty good job of taking care of your career, Miss Big Shot Singing Star.
Maybe we better split up then, so that you can take care of your own career, Kyle.
Huh?
I didn't realize I owed it all to you. I've been selfish.
Wait a minute, Min-May. I didn't mean that I wanted to split up our partnership.
Maybe not, but it's what I meant.
Beat it then. Who needs you?
So as you can see, Robotech was unlike anything that aired in North America. And audiences across North America agreed. For example, these are the actual ratings for Robotech in Los Angeles, the nation's #2 television market. And as you can see, these are the percentages of television sets watching each individual program. #1 was the KABC local news at 15%. #2 was the KCBS news at 14%. #3 was Robotech at 13%, meaning 13% of all televisions at 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday were watching Robotech, making it the highest non-news entertainment program in its time.
Little House on the Prairie.
Yes, Little House on the Prairie as well. and don't forget Plastic Man, down at the bottom at 7%. Poor Plastic Man. But folks, what about the nation's #1 market, namely New York City? Well, let's take a look at that. Robotech is #1 at 20%, meaning 2 out of every 10 television sets in New York City, the nation's #1 market, are watching Robotech. This achievement was done without any major network, broadcast network support, or any major marketing push. This was achieved by the power of the show, by its writing. Now, folks, people are saying, well, Kevin, wait a minute. You know, we look today, we see anime everywhere. We have Full Metal Alchemist, we have Pokemon, we have Sailor Moon, we have the tentacles, and you know, people are saying, but why is this so important? Well, folks, you have to remember, back in 1985, animation in the United States was not in a good position. You see, the United States was ruled by 3 major broadcast networks: ABC, NBC, and CBS. And pretty much by the 1980s, they had banished animation out of prime time and to Saturday morning. And as you can see, Plastic Man is still on the bottom. You know, where they were given, where the producers of these shows were given mandates. They were given mandates: you have to keep this kid safe at all costs. It's the electronic babysitter, to keep it safe for 12 and unders. If adults watch it, that's great, but we're focused on just keeping the kids there. This had an inadvertent effect of creating a mentality that animation was only for little kids in the United States. So as the children grew up and went into adolescence, there were no animated programs to cater to them. So they would gravitate towards live-action programming, and the networks would only show live-action programming in prime time. But Robotech broke the mold. It built the bridge to adult animation. It had serialized storylines and love triangles that rival the daytime soap operas. In fact, if you talk to many Robotech fans, you'll see a whole bunch of big burly guys say it's an animated soap opera with giant transforming robots, and I'm a big fan. And also, folks, it had compelling drama. Not only did it have compelling drama, Robotech broke every rule there was by not only killing its main characters, but unlike a lot of science fiction, they would stay dead. And also, folks, let's not forget, it was dynamic action scenes brought to us by Tatsunoko Studios. Dynamic action scenes unlike anything that was seen on Saturday morning. But folks, as Frank Sinatra said, if Robotech can make it in New York City, it can make it there, it can make it anywhere. And Robotech became a success not only in North America, but also in Europe, Latin America, and China. This success as a television program led to the big anime merchandising boom as well, because fans demanded anime merchandising. They demanded Robotech merchandising. And companies in both North America and in Japan began importing anime merchandise. For the first time, we had a real live anime merchandising company business as well. This boom also then led to the anime convention boom we see today. In fact, in one city every weekend, there is now an anime event. 30 years ago, there weren't any at all. Where thousands of fans will gather to talk about anime, to cosplay. This, by the way, is the Robotech panel in New York City at the Javits Convention Center of New York Comic Con. And they would gather to talk about anime, so much so that a small anime convention today is considered 5,000 people, and a mid-size is considered 15, and a large one is considered 40 to 50,000. But folks, anime is not stopping there. It's growing and it's expanding. How's it growing and expanding? Well, back in 2007, Paramount Pictures released a film called Transformers. Transformers, as many of you know, is based on a toy line imported from Japan via Takara. Well, folks, Transformers, when it came out in July of 2007, it made $36 million in 36 hours and $155 million in 5 days.
Oh, that's so painful.
Now, folks, I'm going to let you on a dirty little secret. In Hollywood, everybody loves to be second. So, to that end, Warner Brothers Pictures, in association with Harmony Gold and Tobey Maguire Entertainment, came to a deal in the fall of 2007 to produce a live-action Robotech movie. Warner Brothers views Robotech as a Harry Potter type of a franchise.
Wait.
And as you can see, anime has now gone from a niche market, something that was strictly to the shores of Japan only, to the mainstream of our society. There's still a long way to go, but it's getting there. Warner Brothers sees it, Paramount sees it. We had the Cowboy Bebop movie set up over at Fox with Keanu Reeves. There's the Voltron movie set up over at Relatively Entertainment. Anime is growing. There's still problems with it. We'll talk about that in the question and answer phase, of course, but as you can see, the legend lives on. So folks, that's my presentation. But now I want to hear what you have to say. Because I know there's a lot going on in the anime world, and this is the question and answer period. Now folks, I want you to ask questions so badly that I am willing to bribe you. I have brought the Robotech mystery box that is packed with Robotech prizes. All ready to hand those up. I like that, sir.
Wow.
So you ask a question, you will get a prize. That is how desperate I want you to ask questions. You want to talk about the US dollar? We can do that. You want to talk about Robotech? We can do that. You want to talk about how the Federal Reserve impacts anime? More than happy to talk about that. You want to talk about how the people in Washington, D.C. view anime? Boy, I've got some stories to tell you about that as well. And folks, you ask questions, you'll get a prize. And trust me, folks, I don't want to bring this back on the plane, so I got some good prizes to give out here. These TSA people are desperate to get them. All right, questions. Yes, sir, you had your hand up first. You asked the first question.
First question is concerning, obviously, a live-action Cowboy Bebop, live-action Robotech. As a fan, personally, of Cowboy Bebop and Robotech, does it concern you that Hollywood is moving in on that?
No, not in the slightest. In fact, this is good, folks. I want to point out something. This is the best thing to happen to anime in many, many years. Because, folks, when the studios do something because they want to make money, it's show business with an emphasis on business. Anime is the same way in Japan, but this shows that Hollywood sees that there's money in anime. Now, folks, yes, I know, officially, many anime fans do not consider Transformers to be anime. However, in Hollywood, it is. And that opened the door for the live-action Robotech movie deal, for the Cowboy Bebop deal, and I feel it's a good thing for anime, because when people see it, when people see a live-action Transformers movie, what shocked everybody was 42% of the audience for the live-action Transformers movie was women. Women came out of the closet. They came out of the closet to me. I had girls in high school, the prom queen came out of the closet to me and said, Kevin, I am such a huge fan of Transformers. Tell me when it's playing. Like, why did you tell me this when you were in high school when it mattered? but they all came out and were like, they were first in line. Now, did she know that Starscream had a null ray and Megatron had a fusion cannon? No, but she knew the Decepticons, the Autobots, and Optimus Prime. It's a good thing because this helps bring anime into this. It acts as a gateway show. Robotech functioned as a gateway show. Voltron functioned as a gateway show. The live-action films will also function as a gateway to anime. Because people say, well, Robotech, it's based on a cartoon. Well, what's this cartoon? I have to go watch it. Oh my God, it's available on Netflix. It's available on YouTube, legally. So, great question, sir. I'm going to give you a Robotech calendar so you can count down the days of the live-action Robotech movie. Sir.
Well, really?
Yes.
I'm wondering what your opinion, personally and in terms of working in the field, is on the cycle of quality, where animation quality rises, which means toy quality is expected to mimic what they see on the show, so the toy quality rises. Now the toys are more accurate in some areas, so the animation quality has to rise, and there's that perpetual cycle. So how on both aspects do you feel? And is that a positive thing?
I think
It's a positive thing, but here's the issue you run into. You want to make a transforming robot toy that's accurate, as we discussed, because that's what fans want. The thing is that they're becoming more complex to manufacture because the fans have become much more demanding, and that's a good thing, by the way. The problem is for a toy manufacturer is they can't cut corners. And even worse, because the price of oil has now risen to over $100 a barrel, where does plastic come from?
Plastic goes right.
Exactly, plastic goes. George Somm, our toy license for Robotech, told me point blank, he said, Kevin, I have to watch the price of oil. When the price of oil goes from $60 to $120, it fundamentally affects what toys I can make, and more importantly, how I make them. Because not all plastics are created equal. Example, you all remember rubber ducky, your rubber ducky in the bathtub? That's a certain type of plastic. But it's not necessarily the type of plastic I would use for a Veritech toy. So speaking of, that was a great question. So I'm going to give you a Robotech calendar. There you go. Next question. Yes, ma'am.
How large do you think anime can get? Because we've heard time and time again that there's no money in anime. You're saying these studios are seeing money in anime, and we've seen a cultural explosion. So what's your opinion on that?
Okay. First off, Ian did a great presentation. I want to personally also take a moment to thank him for filling in for me while I was still stuck at the airport. I will disagree with him somewhat when he says you can't make money in anime. I believe you can make money in anime. Robotech is a consistent moneymaker. It's why, folks, we've all seen it. We've all seen the anime industry contract fundamentally in the past 4 years. Just ask where ADV is today, and I think that will just show you the problems our industry is currently facing. You can make money in the industry. Your anime has to be good. Your merchandising has to be good. Your fan outreach, Funimation did a great presentation on this earlier today. Your fan outreach has to be spectacular. You have to also do it, and most importantly, you have to do it in a cost-effective manner. That's very key. So what was the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
Well, just how far do you think anime can go?
Anime has gone a tremendous way, to the point where now we have animated films that are pulling in the Ice Age films, for example. Whatever you think of them, the evening shows pull in almost all adults, because the adults want to see what happens to Scrat and whether Sid the Sloth actually accomplishes something. Who knows, but that's why they make sequels. But my point is that adults are now more open about watching anime, which is a good thing. Now, there's still a tremendous amount of work to go. When I went to China for a convention there, anime was strictly in the mainstream there. During the day, you had the college students at the convention, they were buying anime. But after 4 o'clock, the accountants, the doctors, the bankers, the lawyers, they all showed up, and they bought a lot of anime. There's a long way to go here in the US, but there's been a lot of progress made in the past 30 years. So that is a great question. So I'm going to give you a Robotech calendar. All right. Yes, way in the back. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, what was that? Washington, D.C. about anime. Okay, let's hold on, because I have to go to the Capitol. Okay. No, this is key, though, because this is key to the story. I had to go have a meeting. This was for a non-Harmony Gold thing. This is for my personal business that I had to do. Had a meeting with the vice president of publishing at Regnery Publishing. They publish books on the debt ceiling that become New York Times bestsellers. They do a lot of quote-unquote political books. Now, when you go to their offices are quite literally like right off the side of the Capitol here. You look out their offices and you see the dome. This is prime downtown Washington real estate. You walk in and it's a marble lobby. You go up to there, you see the office. It's like a high-powered law office. They have a cubicle farm. It's not that Velcro cubicle farm. It's a mahogany wood cubicle farm, okay? And there's a big glass, and I go and I'm there, and I sit down. It's a really, really hot day in Washington, D.C., and I'm sweating a lot because it's humid and whatnot. So I say, can I go to the bathroom? I say, sure. They said the bathroom's right down the street, right down the hall. But it was funny because I come back, and I left my computer out. I had my Robotech wallpaper up. But she couldn't see the Robotech logo. She just saw the characters. And she said to me, she just goes, excuse me, are you into comics? And I say, no, I work in anime. Now, in Mahogany Wood Cubicle Farm, you see two heads pop up like what was that noise? What was that? I don't know. Like, they don't, trust me, this is not a place for anime fangirls, let's just say that. She goes to me, oh my god, I love anime! There's this show, you probably don't remember, I used to run home from school every day. It was called Robotech. It was so awesome, you probably don't remember it. Let me properly introduce myself. I explained to her who I am.
We were right next to the speaker.
Heads just prop up like prairie dogs. What was? They're like, you can just tell. What was that noise? Now we're all used to the fangirl scream. These are people who deal with the debt ceiling. They are not used to the fangirl scream, and they're all just looking around like, what was that? And she's like, oh my god, I can't. I still want to go to San Diego Comic-Con, but it's always sold out. I don't know what to do. I love Robotech. My son loves anime too, but he thinks it started with Gundam Wing, and I tell him that's not the case, and I don't know what to do. And I said, well, don't worry. You don't have to go to San Diego Comic-Con because there's Otakon right up in Baltimore. You mean there's a convention? It's an anime convention. My friend Jim Bowles runs it. It's a great show. You should definitely go. You mean there's an anime convention in Baltimore? Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just July. This July? That's only 90 days away. I gotta go. Can I have your autograph? Yeah, folks, as part of the VP of Marketing, I have learned to always carry Robotech stuff with you, because you never know where you're going to find a Robotech fan.
Always be close.
Just prove that theory. I gave her some Robotech stuff. She was like, she just goes to me, she grabs me by the arm and goes, nobody understands. Thank you. So then the VP's assistant finally comes in and says, so-and-so will meet you now. And I'm walking through the cubicle farm, and they're all just staring at me. Like this. And you know what they're thinking. They're thinking, who are you? And what was that noise? But I want to point this out, though. To give you an idea, though, there are anime fans everywhere. I have had people deep within Washington, D.C. political circles come out to me and come up to me and say, hey, Kev, I hear you're like the anime guy. Yup. Oh my god, that's so cool. Hey, is there going to be like a live-action Robotech movie? Let me introduce myself. Yes, there will be, and I explain what's going on. I mean, they know what it is. I mean, you'd be surprised how many people within the think tanks and within the political organizations know what anime is. It just shows you how far, you talked about Man before, how far anime has come, where people are now discussing it and they understand it, and they understand that it's not just Pokemon and it's not just the tentacle porn. It's a lot. I mean, I was having a meeting at a foreign policy think tank with the chief operating officer of it. And she not only knew Robotech because she watched it with her kids when it was founded in 1985, she actually used Ghost in the Shell to help illustrate a foreign policy point. Just to show you about that. It gives you an idea about how far anime has gone, but also how far it's gone as well too. One other funny story, and we'll move on. But when I was sponsoring a show, not Harmony Gold, I personally was sponsoring a show. We had these meetings in Washington D.C. and you figure out, okay, here's we're going to have speak. We'll have this senator speak at this time, and we'll have this panel about federal spending and whatnot. And at one point, they said, what problems do you have with the convention? And I said, well, I have a problem with the badges. And so I go, this is last year's badge. And I hold up the badge. And the vice president of the NRA go, you saved your badge from last year? Because unlike this badge, it's like a little alligator clip. And when you go to these events, if you lose your badge, the Secret Service will arrest you. So I didn't want to lose the badge. So I said, well, we need a clip like this. And I show a badge from this. And they go, you brought another badge from another convention? I go, look, folks, cut me some slack. I work in anime. And it was funny, because you have the other people, they're like, they didn't register with them, but you saw their assistants, their young assistants all behind them. They go, wait, did he just say anime? They're staring at me like this. So the meeting ends, and of course, everyone goes over to the big wigs, but then all those younger guys come over to me and just say, you're anime. You said you work in anime? Yeah. Well. Oh my God, I love it, man. What's going on? Tell me about this. What's Ghost in the Shell is so cool, and Akira is so awesome, and Robotech is great. And, you will be surprised how much anime is sort of there. They know what it is. Even people who you wouldn't think know what it is, and their assistants definitely know what it is. And they're asking me about the world of anime. And of course, those poor people in that publishing house, they got the fangirl scream. I'm surprised the glass didn't break, because there's this big glass that said Gregory Publishing on it. It's very funny. Great question. I'm going to give you a Robotech calendar. There we go. All right, next question, sir.
That's also on a concept and everything. How much is the shows like Shrek and different animations like that, how much is that affecting the anime market, good or evil?
How much are Shrek affecting the anime market in North America or worldwide?
Well, was it the anime like that, or
in North America? It's a help because it expands. Shrek pulls in a lot of adults. Shrek is green. He's all about the green too, man. But the thing is that Shrek pulls in a lot of adults, which is good. The more adults that are watching animation, the better off we are. Example: The Simpsons. Before The Simpsons came out, it was the Flintstones back in the 1960s was the last primetime animated series that had the adult and all ages sort of level, where kids could watch Fred Flintstone, eating a big steak and laugh. And the adults laughed at the sophisticated humor of Fred Flintstone. Watch the Flintstones sometime, and you'll really see a lot of sophisticated humor there is. It wasn't until The Simpsons came out in 1990, and that only happened because a new network called Fox came out, and they said, we want things that are completely different from NBC, CBS, and ABC. They said, you know what? These little bumpers on that Tracy Ullman show, the audience really likes them as we're switching sets. Let's make a Christmas special. And they saw it, they loved it. They said, let's go to series, and it's now been going on for 25 years in North America alone. That's a good thing. It shows you how far animation has come. And when animation expands, so does anime, and that's a good thing. So that's a great question. So I'm going to give you a limited edition, 1 of 1,000 Valkyrie. I apologize, the box got a little mauled on the trip up, but there you go. So, all right.
I do have one.
Who has another question? Now all the hands go. I really good prizes other than calendars. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be honest, because you brought up economics at the beginning.
I know, frightening, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to school, so it's always fun. how do you see platforms like crowdfunding, like Kickstarter, Indiegogo, actually affecting anime? Is it going to help it, or does it not affect it at all?
Oh, that's a good question.
At this time, how good crowdfunding is going to be for anime. The studios, as I'm sure if you've been reading Anime News Network for any length of time, they've been having trouble as well. The thing anime desperately needs, I'm going to warp your question around it because you're touching on something very good. The thing anime desperately needs right now, the animation side, it needs capitalists, people who have money, who are willing to spend money on anime and take risks. Why is the 1980s, and Jerry, I'm sure you remember this as well, why are the 1980s called the golden age of anime? We had Macross Do You Remember Love, Megazone 23 part, the Megazone movies, we had Nasuska, Valley of the Wind, we had, Akira, Wings of Home and East, all these legendary anime films, many of which define what anime is today. But why do they come out at that time? Look at the Japanese yen. Look at the Japanese economy. Look at $1 US bought you 240 Japanese yen. The Japanese economy in the 1980s was roaring. When people get rich, what do they want to do? They want to spend money on art. What is anime? Art. So that's what's happening. So while it's unknown what crowdfunding will do, what anime desperately needs is people who are willing to spend money, who are going to take risks. That's the key thing. It's unknown what crowdfunding can do right now. Because a lot of companies get very, very nervous. People always ask us, why doesn't Harmony Gold crowdfund something that we want to see? Well, there's this, because Harmony Gold Legal has some major issues with it. They don't want to open themselves up to liability. There's some things with the FCC over here. But also in Japan, too, it's the same thing. It's like, well, who owns this? Could a lawsuit break out? I don't know. There's just unknowns with it. And that's the issue. I apologize. I wish I had a more clear answer for you. It's just unknown.
Right. I was just thinking of it because of the Veronica Mars thing happened.
Yes.
Where's Cyanide and Happiness?
And how they just turned around and all the fans gave them, they're up to like $3 million now for a movie. So it's interesting to see if anime studios.
It's interesting, but you know what? A low budget movie, to give you an idea, how much would that cost? Look at how much Serenity cost.
Yeah.
Serenity's a great movie. Don't get me wrong. Serenity's a great movie. I mean, God bless, Josh Whedon. But look how much the money that cost to make a movie. Even a Veronica Mars movie, the average cost of a primetime, 1 hour of primetime, which is roughly 44 minutes of programming, costs you about $2 million now for 44 minutes. So, you see, yes, $3 million on Kickstarter or crowdfunding is really good, but in the Hollywood scheme of things, that's like Rupert Murdoch's pocket change that goes away. So that's a great question. So give you a calendar. All right, next question. Yes, sir. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
So we mentioned that in the 80s there was a lot of money going into animation. The mid-2000s, because a lot of people have suggested this,
Look up Cyanide and Happiness. It's the largest crowdfunded animation program currently on Kickstarter. It's a weird little webcomic, but it's they've made tons.
See that kind of drawback. I guess my main question is the Robotech live action movie actually happening?
Their Kickstarter is the largest animation related.
Yes.
We've heard about the live action.
Even beating out the Goon Kickstarter.
James Cameron was supposed to be making a live action Battle Angel Alita for like 20 years. He still had to submit. Is that,
Well, I can't speak for those other projects because I don't work on them. I only work on Robotech. But there it is. There's
a lot of stuff out there that's been in pre-production that hasn't come out.
Right. Currently, the script is. There's a draft of the script. We have several writers working on it. Tom Rob-Smith, who's a New York Times bestselling author. Lawrence Kasdan, who did The Big Chill, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Empire Strikes Back. Silverado has worked on it as well. Tobey Maguire is attached as a producer. Just to be clear, Tobey Maguire is attached only to produce. We just hired a director. Warner Brothers just hired a director named Rick Matthau, who's a commercial director. and he's very, very good. We're very excited about that. It's currently in development. It is moving forward. Warner Brothers understands something about Robotech. I mean, this is very key. Is that they understand that anime and Robotech fans and anime fans, you just can't just throw up some giant transforming robots fighting. That's not what fans want to see. They want a good story with good characters. Earlier, remember what I called Robotech? What fans call Robotech? They call Robotech an animated soap opera with giant transforming robots. Because it's about a story. It's about characters. It's about Rick Hunter, Lisa Hayes, Min May, Dana Sterling, Scott Bernard. It's about them and what they do. Warner's gets that. Now, they understand you got to get that script right before you make it. And that's the key thing. So that's what they're working on it. We have a director. The director's now going back and working the script out to his vision. And that's where we are right now. They view it as like a Harry Potter franchise. We understand it takes a while. We understand, we'd like to see it out, but we want to make sure it's done right and not done fast. Because it is. Thank you. And Warner Brothers, to their credit, gets that as well. They understand. They'll say, you know what? We got to work on this because if it comes out the right way, we'll make a ton of money. If it comes out the wrong way, well, I don't need to say any more about that. Okay, great question. So I'm going to give you a Robotech CD. Yes. So, yes, with the green hair.
I'm curious, it seems like in the 80s there was a bunch of action-packed with story animation coming into the US, and now with Transformers and Robotech, we're getting another live-action boost of the same kind of cycle. Do you see that potentially moving towards having things like a Fruits Basket live-action movie here in the US or something, changing
Remember
genres?
the rule of Hollywood. Everybody loves to be second. So if a Robotech movie comes out and makes a lot of money, people are going to look around there and say, oh my God. Actually, let's go back a minute. Transformers comes out, makes $36 million in 36 hours, came out on Wednesday, made $155 million in 5 days. Monday morning, every single studio executive said, oh my God, people really want to see these anime transforming robot shows as live action movies. I wonder what other anime transforming robot show is out there that's really popular. Well, wait a minute. Harmony Gold has one. Tobey Maguire's interested. Let's do a deal. So, just to give you a different example, before 2002, the studios did not make CG animated movies except for Pixar. It was, yes, Sid the Sloth and Ice Age that made $55 million in its opening weekend that people went, oh my God, you don't need to be Disney to make money doing computer animation. Fox could do it. That means we could do it. And then Sony brought theirs out. Universal hired Chris Melandri away from Fox to build Illumination and did Despicable Me. So, as you saw, everybody loves to be second. If things keep successful, you'll start seeing even more anime being turned into live action. So, great question. So, I'm going to give you a Robotech calendar. There we go. All right. Yes, sir.
You keep saying they're talking about Robotech being their Harry Potter franchise. Are they
Well, for Warner Brothers. For Warner Brothers, that's how they view it, yeah.
Are they planning already on making multiple movies, or are they waiting to see how the first movie does before?
They'll make as many movies as the market demands. That's how they view it. They view it like a big franchise like that. As many movies as the market demands. Example, Transformers had a trilogy, but a key rule in Hollywood, when the third movie in a trilogy makes money, they don't stop making the movies. So, there you go. Great question. So I'm going to give you a Robotech CD. There we go. All right. Who has not asked a question yet? Yes, ma'am.
Earlier you mentioned, what are some of the negative aspects of anime being spread out? You mentioned that,
Negative aspects of anime being spread.
like you said, there was some bad issues that happened in anime.
Well, I touched on this before, is that we've seen the anime industry contract. We've seen companies go out of business. We've seen studios in Japan go out of business. Why is this happening? Let's talk about this. This is a great question. Put your hands down. It's going to take a bit. Okay. We talked about before in the mid-1980s that $1 US bought you 240 Japanese yen, right? Okay, great. There's one problem, though. This made U.S. manufacturers very uncompetitive, namely steel, automobile manufacturers. So, these manufacturers got together and, led by one Lee Iacocca, began lobbying the U.S. government to change the currency, what they considered a currency of dominance. So what the governments did was, all the key Western governments at the time met at a place called Plaza Hotel in New York City in September 1985. And these are the 5 men who changed the world of anime. And you're saying, Kevin, who on earth are they? Well, they are from left to right. Gerhard Stomberg, head of the West German Central Bank. Pierre Bogovany, head of the Bank of France. James A. Baker III, who was then Secretary of the Treasury. Nigel Lawson, head of the Bank of England. And Noboru Takeshita, head of the Bank of Japan. These 5 men got together at the Plaza Hotel in September 1985 and said, we will bring down the value of the dollar by 20% to make U.S. manufacturers more competitive. This was called the Plaza Accord. But there's a problem. The Plaza Accord worked too well. Instead of declining 20%, the U.S. dollar declined 50% to the Japanese yen. Robotech fans might remember in Robotech Art 3 that Carl Masek talked about the rising value of the Japanese yen. This is why the yen began to rise. It was these 5 men who killed Robotech 2 this time, also. Well, no, not really. Don't blame them. But these poor
yes,
guys
blame them.
But these men had a major effect on the anime industry. This is what began the end of the Japanese export era, and more importantly, began the change of how anime was produced and made in Japan as well. It was more towards going away from television series, that we talked about before, to OVAs. But now, folks, it actually gets worse. You see, the Federal Reserve, now led by Chairman Ben Bernanke, is embarked on an unlimited amount of quantitative easing. Now, for those of you wondering, I know I'm hitting you with a lot of economics today.
No, I love
I know
it.
this is an anime event, you know? But quantitative easing is when the Federal Reserve, in essence, I'm really simplifying it here, prints money. Now, when you print more money, what happens is A, inflation hits, and B, the U.S. dollar gets weakened. So much so that the U.S. dollar, the Japanese yen, has strengthened by 25% in the past 5 years, since 2007. Since 2007, what has happened? Companies have gone out of business. We've watched the industry contract. This is one of the major reasons. Because back in 2007, $1 bought you 120 yen. Today, you're lucky if it buys you 85.
94 today.
We're 94 today, thank you. Guys, I've been stuck on a plane at LAX, so I can't follow currency markets. My apologies, but thank
Wonderful.
you. But just to give you an idea, exactly though, that's still a 20% drop. That's substantial. That means, to put this into perspective, folks, to give you an idea, if you're an anime company, whether you're Harmony Gold or Funimation or Viz, and you want to acquire an anime, the same anime that cost whatever it cost you in 2007 at the same price now is 20% more expensive, and that is before inflation. Just to give you an idea, the decline of the U.S. dollar has impacted a key source of foreign revenue for U.S. anime distributors, and also for the Japanese as well. And the current Federal Reserve policies, because Ben Bernanke has announced we're going to do unlimited quantitative easing until the economy gets better, means we're going to be dealing with a weakened dollar for the foreseeable future. Oh, and folks, it gets worse. You should see, folks, the decline in the North American DVD market. See, folks, the decline, as we all know, the decline of North American DVDs has hit anime distributors hard. The decline of DVDs has also impacted the Hollywood studios. Paramount has had layoffs. Disney has had layoffs. Fox has had layoffs. Sony has had layoffs. And the DVD sales, the lack of DVD sales here in North America and worldwide, has also hit the Japanese studios very hard as well. But you're saying, but Kev, what about the legal streaming? We have Hulu, we have Netflix, we have YouTube, we have Crunchyroll. Now these are all great. In fact, Robotech is on them. A lot of anime is on them legally. They're awesome services, and I'm glad that they're here. There's just one little catch, and let's talk about that. Let's say, for sake of argument, now these numbers are illustrative only. Let's say, for sake of argument, that an anime series or a movie sells 1 million DVD units here in North America. So, wholesale, you get roughly what, $14? So $14 times 1 million, how much money did you make? $14 million. Yes, there's even math at this camp. And this is an anime event. Who says anime is just for kids? Now, let's say your movie does 1 million downloads via the web for North America, but you only get 99 cents per download. 99 cents times 1 million units. How much money have you made? How much money have you lost compared to DVDs? $13.1 million. See, folks, our industry has been built, and this is one of the things that we as an industry, it's not you the fans, but we as an industry have to face, has been built on the $14 million model, i.e. you sell 1 million units at $14, you make $14 million. Your infrastructure can be funded that way. Your office space, your salaries for your employees, your health insurance, your liability insurance, very important. Your legal and business affairs, very important as well. And the money you need to acquire yet another anime title to distribute. Your marketing costs. But as you can see, you've reached the same number of people, but what's the problem? You've lost $13 million in revenue. This is what the industry is facing right now. This is what I alluded to early on. Are you thoroughly depressed yet? Nah. Okay, because see, also the Wall Street Journal last year said something very important. Because of the weakening in the US dollar and the strengthening of the Japanese yen, they've all but declared that the era of the Japanese export economy, of which anime is part of, has ended. We have lived through a 30-year cycle of strong Japanese exports. I think it's good. I'm sure we all think it's good. But because of economic forces far beyond the control of Harmony Gold, far beyond control of the anime studios in Japan, that era has come really to an end now where people are fighting for their lives. And just, I mean, I'll tell you right now, I've had people in the anime industry email me, Kevin, I've lost my job. I mean, I've seen it firsthand, folks. This gives me no joy to state this. And I mean, this is the issues that we have to face as an industry. So what does the future hold? Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. Look for more cracks in both the Japanese producers and North American anime distributors. The very foundations of DVD distribution are going to continue to dissolve because the younger audience is growing up watching anime via streaming on their smartphones and tablets and laptops. Also, the streaming, as we just talked about, will not easily replace the lost DVD revenue. Anime producers and distributors are going to become more reliant on merchandising, which in turn has a problem because the weakening US dollar makes the Japanese imports much more expensive, which in turn puts it out of the pricing range for more anime fans to make up for the lost DVD revenue. Now, the quality of anime is going to have to improve. We need less shows aimed at niche markets and more shows aimed at the mainstream audiences. This comes back to what we talked about before about crowdsourcing and how anime, we need to find people. And they're there. Somewhere on this planet, there is a person who has a ton of money who wants to invest in anime, who wants to see the next Akira, or the next Ghost in the Shell, or the next Robotech, or the next, or yes, the next Pokemon. Because Pikachu may be yellow, but he's all about the green. And he is, trust me. So folks, we have to understand something. Somewhere on this planet, that person exists. We as an industry, not you the fans, so don't go out there starting to look for them. But we as the industry have to find these people and bring them into the fold. And say, hey guys, you can make money in anime. It's tough, but when it hits big. Exhibit A, our friend Pikachu. Exhibit B, our friend Rick Hunter. Exhibit C, our friend Optimus Prime. Trust me, you think Optimus Prime looks quite well, by the way. You know? So, did I answer your question? You're not depressed, are you? Okay, I'll make it up to you because I'll give you a 1 in 1,000 Valkyrie. How's that sound? One more. Okay, believe it or not, folks, it's time for one more question. So I'm sorry. Sir, we've not heard from you.
I really like the last comment you were talking about. I work as my spare time. I do a lot of work with kids with drawing comics, and I've seen over the last 10 years, that interest that the anime is bringing to people being creators. And I know with Japan, one of the great things they have going is they have the Jump Comics, and they have that sort of great venue for kind of vetting ideas and what maybe could be potential to take off to go into the anime stream, etc. So given everything you've talked about here, the end of the export economy of Japan, my question is, what are your thoughts for the creators, maybe in the U.S.?
Well, it's not just creators from the U.S. It's creators from both Japan and the U.S. What's happening is, I'm going to sort of warp your question around a bit, because you're touching on something very important. What's happening is, it's the content holders that are becoming the kings. It's less so the distribution. It used to be the distributors were very, very powerful, but now through the internet, if I want to, if you want to, you can put your comic up online and monetize it via PayPal or internet ads or whatever. What's happening is that the content creators, the content owners are becoming the kings. If you're Miyazaki, you're in the driver's seat because you own the content. So you can go to these new platforms, Hulu, Netflix, Crunchyroll, YouTube, and put your anime up there and make money. The money comes to you. If you're Harmony Gold, it's the same thing. If you're Hasbro, it's the same thing because you own Transformers. The owners, the content owners, are going to be the ones in the driver's seats for the foreseeable future. But once again, though, even with that, the revenue lost from the decline of DVD sales isn't going to easily be replaced. We're still going to see a lot of bumpy road in the future, which hopefully we'll be doing for our next summit for 2014. And we're going to see a lot of bumps in the road still as we move on. But that's where it's going. It's content creators, and that's control. That's why your kids, as you talked about before, they're drawing anime. They're drawing the anime style. That's a good thing for anime, as we talked about before. It's expanding. But those who own the content are the ones that are going to be the kings of the future of our entertainment and of anime in general. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all been a great audience. I hope I did not overwhelm you too much. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. And please enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Next guest he's a legend once again in the anime industry, legend once again in the animation industry.
Woo!
And we'll make sure if you guys go out to Cartoon Brew, you see a whole bunch of his fun stuff because he's
Cartoon research.
That too, exactly. Cartoon research as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jerry Beck.
We had some incredible speakers today. I don't know if I can follow them or if some of the things I say may repeat or dovetail into some of the things that they talked about. They asked me to come out here. They got me out of mothballs because I haven't really been in anime for a long time. I keep telling people it's like I stepped into a time machine in 1994 and zipped to today because I've kind of been in and out of it. I've been reading Cartoon Brew. I still plug things about anime all the time and had my hand in it a little bit in the last 20 years, but I'll get to that. That's the end of the story. But what I'm going to do is they told me you can come out and why is anime so popular in North America? And that is a really great question. I have my own ideas for the answer. And they said you could just talk about yourself. Who doesn't want to do that, I love talking about myself. But I think what I'll do is I'm going to give you a quick story about me, inside details and how I got into anime and what I did later when I grew up and all that kind of stuff. And I think it'll be fun. I think we'll both all together glean things out of this. I don't have any written notes. I'm just going to go through it. But to reveal my age, let's just say I was, I would be 6 years old when that year is 1961. But when I was 5, I've told this story before, I was 5 years old. My parents put you to bed at 7 at night, 7 p.m. And I remember waking up in the middle of the night. I still remember this. I woke up in the middle of the night. I was scared. I got out of bed. I went to find my mom and dad. And it was dark in the house. And there's their bedroom, and thank God they weren't doing anything now that I think about it. But I walked in and they had the TV on. It was nothing black, but the TV was on, and they were in bed. And I said, "Can I watch TV with you?" And I got into bed, and it was the middle of the night as far as I was concerned. It was 3 a.m. for all I knew. But the Flintstones were on. And it was, obviously now I know, it's around probably 8:30, because that's what time the Flintstones were on back in 1960 when it first went on. And I still remember, it's lived with me my entire life, that animation isn't just for kids. My parents were watching cartoons late at night. I thought, that's it, I grew up with that. I never thought anything otherwise. Became a comic book fan, watched cartoons all my life. And only thought it was weird when I got to be a teenager that people were dropping out of watching cartoons. So let's just intercut some anime into all of this. I went to Disney films and other things. In '61, I put this up here because '61 was the first year in MGM with Magic Boy. This was the first Japanese animated film distributed by an American studio, and it's by MGM of all people. And it was the first one. 61, there were 3. I'm not going to remember the other one. I think it might be Panda and the Magic Serpent or something like that. But Magic Boy and Alakazam the Great both came out in 61, right around the same time. I think this one beat it by a month. And there wasn't any big competition. And of course, this was just dubbed in English in some way. This was dubbed in trying to compete with a Disney movie with Sterling Holloway and Frankie Avalon, big stars in the voice cast. And that was kind of the beginning. Before this, it was just Disney films. There's a few little things I could point to, but mainly animation features in America were just Disney pictures. And that's it. And everybody kind of couldn't even think to compete, but they did in other countries, especially Japan, and Japan wanted to export some of these movies. American International, who released that, was already picking up some of the monster films, so they picked this up as well, and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picked up a few things. And this was the beginning of the international animated feature coming into America, beginning to compete. These were usually shown on Saturday matinees. Of course, about a year or so later, 2 years later actually, Astro Boy came to America, and I was a kid, and I saw this when I was a kid, and I loved Astro Boy. I thought that was one of the best shows on TV. I didn't know why, I thought it was just a great show. I remember I put this picture here because one of my earliest memories was I was in day camp. I grew up in New York, and I went to day camp, and I remember seeing a kid on the bus, a Japanese kid, reading a manga magazine with Astro Boy in the cover, and I wondered why. Wasn't aware there was. I now know that there was an Astro Boy coloring book, one comic book that came out, but there was really no Astro Boy merchandise in America. And then when I saw this kid reading a Japanese comic with Astro Boy on the cover, I thought, oh my gosh, that stuff's Japanese. That stuff with the big eyes is Japanese, because we also by then had Kimba and Gigantor and some of the other shows. In fact, the rest of the 6, I don't have many slides because this is the first time I've ever done PowerPoint. I'm kind of impressed with myself. But these were the other shows that were on in the 60s. And when you were watching cartoons in the 60s, it was mainly the Hanna-Barbera, stuff, and comedy cartoons, Underdog, things like that, Yogi Bear. And then suddenly there was a superhero craze with Batman, and then we had Space Ghost. That was about as cutting edge as Hanna-Barbera got. I left out Johnny Quest, I guess, but 8th Man came on, man. Holy shit! I mean, I'm sorry. When I was a kid, my friends, we were like, did you guys see 8th Man? That was our Robotech. That was 8th Man was. I look at it now, and it's unbelievably funky, but back then, that was the coolest show. He smoked cigarettes, but he had, they had great superpowers. It was very, to us, it was very realistic. I look at it now, I can't see what I was looking at, but it was really realish, and it was different. And I also had that secret knowledge that it was Japanese. It's really Japanese. And in that show, they would keep the Japanese kanji in the backgrounds and stuff, and they would always make an excuse, and then we picked up an Oriental newspaper. There's always something like that, and if you ever seen the dubbed versions, they're always making an excuse for why there's Japanese writing in it. And of course, Speed Racer, which was a classic. So that was the 60s. I grew up into that stuff, and personally, my own experience to get me back into it. When I was 13, I had to go to the beach every summer with my grandparents and stuff. I remember one summer my grandmother says, "Hey, look at this, you like comic books?" And she showed me this article, which recently somebody on Facebook found the article and put it online, and I was able to see it again. An article in the Daily News that said, "Comic book convention in Manhattan, draws, 300 people." And this was a Saturday when she's showing it to me, and I was reading this thing. I still remember reading it intently. One more day, and I was 13, and I took the subway, and I went into New York, and I went to the last day of what was now considered one of the first comic book conventions ever in New York, 1968 Comic Art Convention. And my mind was blown. It's like your minds when you first went to an anime or Comic-Con. It was like, oh, my people, yes, this is my world. And I got into it very heavily, got into cartoons, got into other cartoons, got into the movies. And ultimately, I became a couple of years later, it was like I became the film guy. I was like the guy with a 16 millimeter projector. This was all before video. 16 millimeter projector, showing movies at the comic book convention, and that was quite a proud moment for me. So that brings us into the 70s when, at the same time, in New York where I was, we had, I'm not even sure if, we had Ray Dean. In New York City, we had a great Japanese community, and I grew up in Flushing, which is today a gigantic Japanese community in New York and Queens. But and we actually had a Japanese bookstore in Flushing. Again, today Flushing is completely Japanese, but back in the day it wasn't. And there was a Japanese bookstore, and I actually went in and I actually bought those early volumes. Maybe they're still around. Those mangas that are in those. I bought Astro Boys, Gigantors, Eighth Mans. I just bought the ones I knew. I still have them. I love those books. And there was a UHF channel that showed on Saturday nights Japanese cartoons in Japanese to the Japanese audience in New York. And they ran Ikkyo-san, remember? Excuse my pronunciation. I believe they ran Ray Dean. They ran a giant robot show. I'm pretty positive that was it. And blew our minds. This is the early 70s, and this is before people were trading. There were no tapes. We didn't have tapes yet. We didn't have VHS. We didn't have anything, but it was happening. And I was running the movie shows at the Comic-Cons, and I got to show this stuff. And I remember I went to Toei in New York, and I just told them what I was doing, and they loaned me mint condition 16 millimeter prints of Japanese episodes of these shows. I couldn't believe that. And we ran them in New York City at the Comic-Con around 1974, 75, 76. And they were on the big screen, 16 millimeter, and the audiences were, the people in the audience, everybody was really into it. And it's about 75, 76, 77, around that time. This was, of course, what was going on at the time. I don't know about Voltron. I'd be off on that, but the giant robot thing was starting in the 70s. And I forgot where I was, but I was at the Comic-Con, and I was showing these things, and I knew that there was something to this. Oh yeah, VHS started to come in, and that's when people started trading tapes, and tapes started getting in. And somebody mentioned the CFO, or how'd you say?
CFO.
I know, CFO. I never heard anybody call it CFO. But I was the president of the CFO New York, CFO East, or whatever, back in the early 80s, actually. There was a little group called the Cartoon Fantasy Organization. Yep. And I think they started in the 70s, and my good friend Fred Patton was part of that. And they got in tapes from Japan and started running all of these shows that nobody ever heard of in Japanese. And eventually that stuff got to get around, bootlegged a little bit. And I started to notice it was people selling, a table here, table there, selling bootlegs and Japanese animation at the Comic-Cons. And plus I started watching this stuff. And it was interesting to me. I grew up in New York. Again, I repeat. Went to the Museum of Modern Art a lot, where they had film programs. They'd have the best of Zagreb and the best of Annecy and the best of Ottawa. These were the big animation festivals around the world. And we'd see, I was exposed at an early age to great animation from around the world, and occasionally a wonderful Japanese short. But for some reason, I was part of a CIFA, I was part of all the animation groups. No one was looking at this Japanese anime. No one. It was like being ignored by everybody, people in the animation community, people in Hollywood, people in the business. It was just an observation that I had at that time. So let's get into the, let me see now, I want to make sure I do this right. So by the late 70s, I'm now a grown up, and I'm now in my early 20s, and I get a job, and I luck out, and I get myself a job at United Artists in New York. That's where they're headquartered at the time. And I was just first I was in the computer department, then I went to the 16 millimeter division. I wanted to do something with film, especially old film. I loved old films and old cartoons. 16 millimeter division handled movies to colleges, and it also begat what was then called United Artists Classics, the beginning of a small division within this repertory group that would put older movies and some new ones, some new foreign films, into art theaters, into those special theaters, the college campus theaters, the museums. And I still remember, early 80s, I was working there, and I brought in, I'm going to hold that story. I brought in a Japanese animation film, and wait till you hear the reaction I got. But let's get into the 80s a little bit. Oops, there we go. Okay, we get into the 80s, Star Blazers, Battle of the Planets. This is what's going on in America. And as far as anime is concerned on television, it's still small, but it's catching on. First two are really a response by the distributors to Star Wars. So because of Star Wars, they needed more product. The Japanese animation was pretty non-existent, mainly in the mainstream in any way in the 70s, except for reruns of Speed Racer, maybe. But suddenly, Star Blazers came back in, and Battle of the Planets, this is again in relation to, and I think even Robotech to some extent was a response to the phenomenon of Star Wars. So, in late, I'm into Japanese animation. I'm in New York. There's a wonderful thing in New York, still there, the Japan Society, which is a small, it's like the Japanese consulate, and they have regular screenings of Japanese films. And at one point they did a big retrospective of the giant monsters and the rubber suits and all that. And then at one point they brought in a guest to show his latest film. And I went out to see it, and I got to speak to him afterward. And here I am. This is a great photo. I have two of these. This is a photo. That's a picture of me. That's me in roughly 1980, and Mr. Tezuka. And I don't know why I'm doing that, but I don't know what's going on, but he is listening to me intently. I will tell you what happened that night. That was an amazing. He came to the Japan Society and he showed Phoenix 2778. He was a big supporter, as you may know if you know a lot about Tezuka, of ASIFA, the international animation organization that put on the Annecy Festival. He was a big supporter of that. And he came right from the Japan Society. The next day he came to an ASIFA meeting, which I was part of that. And he brought 35 millimeter prints of, I think, Story on a Street Corner, and I think his Arabian Nights film. I can't remember, but two amazing films that never played in New York, and on the big screen. And there he was. And I had started writing for fanzines at this time. I hope this isn't too much of a personal history of me, but this is the only time I've ever done this. But I started writing for some fanzines, one called Mind Rot. And I wrote an article about how much I love Tezuka's stuff. And that's it. I just wrote an article about how much I loved it. And he knew me. He knew of me from that. He somehow got this fanzine. I think there may have only been like 200 copies of it ever printed. But he knew about it. And so he invited me to join his entourage to have sushi. And I was going to say no. No, of course I went. We're walking from the Japan Society to the sushi place down the block, and in New York, and nobody, we're just walking, and there's people walking by. It's New York City, there's a million people walking by. We get into this sushi place, and the guys, They did a double take and they stopped, and you heard the word God of manga, God of anime. He was like God. He walked in, the seas parted, and they knew who he was. There was nothing to say, and we got royal treatment. It was unbelievable. It was a totally candid situation. I'll never forget that night. But this is my way of showing you that, at least from 1980, I can pick, if not earlier, but this was my love of anime and the art and what was going on. And so from here, and by the way, he gave me a U-matic 3/4 inch tape of, I'll get to that in a minute. Not this. I'm not doing a real PowerPoint here. He gave me a 3/4 U-matic of Phoenix 2778, and I thought I could bring it into my bosses at United Artists Classics and I'd show it to them, because we saw it on the big screen, and it looked great on the big screen, and they looked at it and they were like, "Don't bring us any more Saturday morning cartoons." And I'm like, "But did you really look at this thing?" You forget it. And so I learned this over and over again for the next few years. Hollywood's attitude about anime was it's just Saturday morning cartoons. Cartoons are for kids. It's for kids. We're distributing Truffaut and Kurosawa, and bring us that, and meanwhile I was doing this as my day job. I ended up working for UA Classics. I went with the same people, went to Orion Classics, and we were distributing Ron at that time. This is the mid-'80s, Kurosawa's film. My good friends who were running Orion Classics then, in 1980, the people I brought this videotape to back then, are today the same people running Sony Pictures Classics. And just so you know, they have apologized to me profusely throughout the years, and they, of course, have distributed, I'm trying to remember, they've distributed a lot of adult films that are animation, like The Illusionist and, Persepolis and things like that. And they've actually, I forgot which anime they've handled, but they've handled a couple of them, possibly Tokyo Godfathers, is that the name of it?
Mm-hmm. Millennium Actress as well.
Millennium Actress, I think, was by Go Fish, which is DreamWorks. Oh, that's another story. I can tell you all about that. I can tell you about everything. But anyway, okay, that's what happened. Anyway, I ended up coming to LA. I moved to LA in '86 from Orion Classics, and I had gotten a job with a guy named Terry Thorne, who had a thing called Expand Entertainment here in LA, which Expand Entertainment did the tournée of animation, the animation celebrations, the computer animation show. These were festivals of animation that went to art theaters around the country. Now, I was by this point, an expert art distributor. I knew how to distribute movies to art theaters because I had worked for Sony Classics and Orion Classics. So he brought me out to do that for animation. I said, animation? Plus I had a lot of friends in LA. I said, I'm doing it. I'm moving. Time to go. So I went to LA to work with animation for the first time, and to distribute it to movie theaters. And this was international stuff. In fact, we handled Broken Down Film and some other films that Tezuka worked on. So working in LA, distributing animation, we put on an animation festival called the Animation Celebration. We start Animation Magazine, part of that. And we're putting on an animation festival, the Animation Celebration. And, okay, got to back up a second. Warriors of the Wind. This is typical of the mid-'80s, right before I moved to LA. This is what Hollywood was doing with Nausicaa and other animation films that came out of Japan. If they picked them up at all, this was released at 88 minutes, which is, the movie's, I think, a 2-hour film. They cut it down to 88 minutes, they dubbed it so it was like a Disney film of some sort, and this is how they sold it, like a science fiction film. Not even telling you it was animated, and certainly not mentioning Miyazaki, but that's because he was probably unknown at that point. So they, this is what the state of the art was like when I got out here. And when I got out here, I, of course, started going to Comic-Con in San Diego. I don't know, has anybody here been to the San Diego Comic-Con? Anybody see me do my worst cartoon show? No? Oh, one person, okay. I do a show called The Worst Cartoons every year there. I moved out here. got to know the community, including a dealer in the dealer's room who was selling cells from heavy traffic, heavy metal, and that was a guy named Carl Masick. His name was mentioned once in the last presentation. That's okay. And Carl, as you may know, well, I won't even tell you at this point, but we met Carl and became friends with Carl, and we knew each other from the comic book conventions. And when we were putting on this, when I was working to do this animation celebration in the late 80s, actually 86, 87, I talked to Carl, and Carl said, well, I got this thing called the Robotech movie. You want to play that? I was saying, well, let's look at it, So he brought in the Robotech movie, 35 millimeter. They just finished it, And we ran it in our screening room, and we said, and I was begging my boss, I said, look, we got to show anime. This is a world animation thing, and we don't have any anime in this thing. And so he said, he'd like throw up his hands. Fine, here's what they did that first night. I don't want to digress this and make this story too long. But the first night of this festival, this is how much they hated anime. We also were able to get Castle in the Sky, which was already dubbed by, I think it was Tokuma, who was handling the rights to the Miyazaki films. And it was already dubbed, and we said, can we show this? And the opening night of the thing, we showed The Brave Little Toaster, and that was a gala opening. Everybody in the animation industry came out to that. And my boss said, it's just so, because he was such a cheapskate, just so that I don't waste any seats, maybe I can make some extra dough. While the entire animation community sees, the Brave Little Toaster. And then after it's over, they come outside and they go to this big tent. We have a big party for 2 hours. I want to run another movie in there. But what am I going to do? Because the entire animation community's out there. I know, I'll run one of those, this is what he said, one of these Japanese animation films. So he runs, I think it was Robotech, but it might have been Laputa. I can't remember which one it was, but it was one of those. He runs it over there. Of course, it's an anime film, and this is something I had been observing all along as the 80s had moved on. There's an audience for this stuff. There's an audience, they're at Comic-Con, they're trading the tapes, they're beginning to have anime rooms. And yet, it was not in the mainstream. It wasn't on television, as Kevin said. It was never on network television. It was only syndicated, if there was any anime at all. It was just non-existent. It's hard to believe today, but if you can put yourself in the mindset of the 1980s, it was non-existent. This was as existent as it was. It was this. So we put on. We had this anime film running opposite the big party where the entire industry was outside. The audience was packed, cheering this film, whichever film it was. And me and Carl were in the back of there. Probably it was Robotech actually, because Carl was there. And Carl and I were standing in the back, and I said, I looked at this full crowd, and I said, man, if we could get more of these films, I know I can put them in theaters, and I know we could get these kind of crowds. And he goes, well, maybe we can. Maybe we can figure something out. So we ended up having, lunches and things, and saw each other at the next Comic-Con. And I kept the idea alive. And at one point I left Terry to work on books. I wrote some books about Looney Tunes and things. And I got together with Carl at that point, talking about. I said, "Listen, if you can get any of these films, I can put them in movie theaters, and that's all there is to it." And he goes, "Well, we know, Castle in the Sky is dubbed. It's out there. They have a print. They've showed it at the festival. Let's ask them if we can borrow it or do something with it." And we did that. We went up to Tokuma, and we told them our plan. I brought them my background in film distribution, and I was going to distribute these movies. And Carl is an expert. Well, of course, we didn't mention what Carl did. Carl was the guy behind Robotech and the dubbing and the producer on that show. And he was aching to work with his actors again and to get back into it. But Carl and I were of the same mind on this. Whatever anybody thinks of Streamline then or even today, we were of the mind of not doing what Warriors of the Wind. We were going to keep the original music. We were going to accurately translate the scripts, and we were going to have the best acting that we possibly could. That was our goal, and we believe we succeeded. Our first, while we're in the office talking about Laputa, the Tokuma guy goes, "Well, Carl, you dub, right?" I go, "Yeah. Could you we have something we want else you could dub." and that was My Neighbor Totoro. And that was our first paid job at Streamline Pictures. We were paid by Tokuma to dub that film in English for Japan Airlines. And, once we started working on it, they said, we have another one. And it was Kiki's Delivery Service. And so we had 2 in a row. And Kiki, our dub just was on the Japanese Airlines, as far as I know. But the other dub went off to its other life with another distributor, with Troma, believe it or not. And then it was distributed on VHS through Fox, and a lot of people had seen that and really liked it. I think it's the best dub job I think that we did, personally. It was our first, but it was really, really good. It was really a template for what we wanted to do. And so that was me back then, and that's Carl. And here's our names on the Speed Racer movie poster. Carl every day was a new experience with Carl, because one day I'd walk in, and he was good friends with the Rocknowskis. There's John Rocknowski. They own the American rights to Speed Racer. They're the people who, their names are on that live-action Speed Racer movie. They own the rights to Speed Racer. They got it on MTV back then, made a big deal of it. And so, Carl knew them, and he walked in one day and said, I got us a Speed Racer. We can make a Speed Racer movie. I go, well, what is that? What do you mean? So I had to come in, and I said, well, if I'm going to put it in movie theaters, I better make up what it is, because what is it? So we actually went back and got 35 millimeter elements, which they had never had before in America. Beautiful copies of these things, and we concocted a movie out of episodes. Anyway, and then we put it in movie theaters. It was actually pretty semi-successful. But we had a lot of adventures when we were doing Streamline Pictures. So we started. We picked up Castle in the Sky. We picked up this thing called Twilight of the Cockroaches. We went to the AFM in LA. By the way, I personally have never been to Japan. And I say that hoping to elicit shock, because you'd think somebody involved so heavily with Japanese animation would have gone to Japan once. But the thing is, not that I don't want to, it's just that everything we did with Streamline, strangely enough, every single one of these companies has a a Los Angeles office. So we never had to go anywhere. We just had to go around town to talk to all of these representatives. So and then the AFM, which is the American, it's a big film market, American film market, has their thing in LA. So we went there one day, and there was somebody trying to, Gaga Communications was trying to sell this film, and it was subtitled, and it's a very strange picture if you've seen it, it's live action. And I said, I could see putting that in the art theaters, because my background was basically the art theaters, and I had to talk these art theaters into running these movies. It took me, anybody from New York would know that Akira got there last, because New York was the hardest nut to crack. None of these theaters wanted to play these movies. We had to convince them, and once I convinced them with one of them, usually it was, that was the poster, the Japanese gave us 3 or 4 prints. I'm going to tell you my deal with this too. You won't believe this. The businessmen in the room won't believe how we did this. We had no money. We did this all with nothing, out of our own pockets. We didn't have an office. We worked out of our apartments. We got an office eventually, but we went to them and we said, listen, well, they said to us, how many prints would you need to we said, could we distribute these movies? We'll give you 50% of whatever it brings in. And we'll garner the reviews. You'll get reviews. And then with those reviews, and the billboard of being in some theaters, you'll be able to sell it to a home video company for a lot of money. That was the pitch. And they bought it. They said, yeah, we want to get this on home video. And so they gave us like 2 or 3 prints from Japan. They already had it dubbed. And they gave us these Japanese posters. They sent us a ton of them. I don't have any of them now. But they sent us a ton of these Japanese posters. That was our one sheet. We had no money to produce a one sheet or anything. But we went out to these theaters and tried to convince them. And what happened was the anime fans showed up. And they actually showed up. And I remember one of the exhibitors none of them wanted to play these movies. One of the exhibitors calling me up one day and saying, we didn't want to take this on. This isn't our audience. But you get another audience. The thing was filled with people who don't come to our theater normally. So that's all that mattered to them. Butts in the seats, that's all that mattered. So we were kind of in. Once we played any of these theaters, I knew we had them. Of course, when you're a distributor, you have to have a product line. So we had to come up with some other films. So what we started to do, once we had Twilight of the Cockroaches, we just picked that one up and put it out with subtitles because it had more of an art theater feeling to it. And this was the first poster we made on our own. We took they had their own logo for it, and they had an image, and to me it looked so dull, because later, I got more sophisticated. We had copy lines and credits and started doing things. But we put these two out, and the air, at the time we were doing it, in the air was Akira. Akira, we knew about the film. The comic book was being published by Marvel, and it was just in the air. We got it into our heads. Okay, we got this film. Then we went. I'm forgetting which company this was. I think this was Toei, and we went and we got this film Lensman, which we liked at the time. Has an unfortunate disco sequence in it, but I really dated the film. Oh my God. But so we did everything we could to hide that it was kind of a funky 70s film. I mean, not really, but these purposely picked really cool images and put the other character on it. And Lensman was based on a series of American pulp novels, and we had these 3 films, and we were kind of like got them into theaters. We were getting excited. And we started to talk to the Akira people. And, well, we were the only people doing it. No one else was doing it. There was no video, by the way. This is just, we're putting them in theaters. And, but we also figured, if we can talk these 3 into the same deal, we can talk, we thought, almost anybody into it. And we started cherry picking, which is the term for picking the ones we knew anime. We knew it was out there. So at the time, we picked what we thought, our tastes, what we liked, and went after it all. So the case with Akira is, a little different. That was our poster. I will admit, and there's nobody to say otherwise, that I came up with that copy line, Neo Tokyo is about to explode. We spent like a day thinking about what can we put words up there, and I thought that was the right one. And that was our poster that we came up with. What happened was the representative of, I think it was Kodansha, I want to say. I'm losing it, but the Akira Committee, which is a committee of a whole bunch of studios that made the movie, they had an American guy who spoke Japanese who was great, a guy named Mike Haller. I don't know if his name is on the poster, but Mike Haller was, they had dubbed this. Mike Haller had commissioned the dub. They got a guy named Sheldon Renan. I remember this story, he told us this story, that the Japanese insisted on they insisted there was an English dub. They wanted to sell this movie. They thought it was their Star Wars at the time, their biggest picture ever. And they wanted an American release. They wanted it badly, and so they dubbed it in English in the attempt of getting that dub, that link. They wanted an Academy Award-winning director to direct the English dub. Well, no Academy Award-winning director would touch this with a 10-foot pole. They found one. This guy named Sheldon Renan, I'd have to look him up. He directed like a documentary that won an Academy Award. He went along with it. He got their money. He directed it. So they went around, and he would tell us the story that I've oft repeated of him going to Paramount in Columbia. I mean, he even had, he had endorsements from Lucas and Spielberg and this and that in his hand, and he would say, he would come up in front. He had learned. He went up before they started screening the movie, and he would say, now this film is aimed at adults. It's not for kids. There's an attempted rape. There's this, there's blood, there's that. And then he would go and sit down, and they'd put the movie on, and the executives would sit there, and they'd watch it. And 5 minutes or less into the movie, where there's a scene where the guy gets shot and riddled with bullets, the executives would turn it off. We can't distribute this. This isn't for kids. They didn't hear a word he said. They didn't hear a word he said. It's a cartoon. A cartoon meant it was for kids. This was the mentality in 1988. It was nowhere to be seen. Desperate. He started talking to us because we had just started distributing Laputa and Lensman and these other films, and he hung out with us for about 6 months to a year. We helped him show Akira at the Comic-Con, the San Diego Comic-Con. We didn't distribute it yet at that point, but we set it up for him because we were ingrained with that Comic-Con at the time, and it wasn't as big as it is today, but it was still a big deal. And he saw the reaction of the fans. We had a booth for Streamline Pictures, and he saw what we were doing, and he basically went back into the Japanese and said, let these guys have it. And they did. They let us have the film. because nobody wanted it. And we used our connections. We read comics. Unlike everybody else in Hollywood, we read comic books. This was then. It's not that way anymore. But in fact, I was thinking when I was sitting here before, I wanted to mention the one guy who called us, even when we were distributing Akira, the one real big Hollywood guy. Now he's even bigger than he was then. Sam Raimi contacted us, and we had a meeting with him about he wanted to get connected to Akira and figure out a way. I don't know if we had any other meeting like that. I do remember, I don't know if you know the musician Matthew Sweet, if anybody knows that name, but that guy came to our office one day, just hung out in our office, and then ultimately licensed some footage from us for a video. We brought out, we called up Marvel Comics, and they gave us, if anybody looks at the back issues, you'll see we have plugs in a lot of the issues telling you where movie theaters Akira is going to be playing in. We had to tell them that like 6-8 months in advance, so it would get into the comic book in advance of it playing in a theater. So we did that, and we had to book the film so far ahead to do that. And we got it shown by everybody. It was the first anime film reviewed by, I believe, Siskel and Ebert on their show, which was a big deal back then. And it was a big picture for us, you know, and it opened the doors, and everybody who didn't want to play the first 3 films we had wanted to play Akira, including New York City, and we used that as an excuse. We had Akira, and then we had like a showcase of Japanese anime the week after that with all of our other films. And proudest moment I have in my memory book, I'm not looking at the time, so somebody will tell me if I go too far, this is me with Mr. Katsuhiro Otomo in 1989 in New York. He came to New York, and we did in front of the theater, in front of the screenings. We did Q&A kind of thing, and that was a big event for me. And the Japanese, his entourage took lots of photos, which ended up in Japanese magazines, Young Magazine. So I'm very proud to have those issues. I'm actually in them. I love that. And so we had Akira. We did that, and then we kept going. We cherry picked. We picked up a lot of films. I'm not going to list all the films. I don't even hardly have any more slides here. We did Robot Carnival. That's the only one where I get my name on the poster with Mike Haller, the guy who helped us get. We all worked on that one in vigorous ways. I worked on all the films in some small capacity. Carl was our main dubbing guy, and this was the one closest to my heart. Actually, this one right here, Neo Tokyo. We called it that because the original title was Mani Mani or something like that, and it doesn't really mean anything. And we didn't know what the Labyrinth Tales. The title didn't really make sense. So and plus it had a big Otomo sequence in it, and we just said, let's just call it Neo Tokyo, and on the back. And it's only 45 minutes long, so we paired it up as a double bill. I just love that idea, and I was actually very involved with that particular one, so I'm very happy with that. We got the middle section of that film, The Running Man, by Kawajiri.
Kawajiri.
That section we were able to sell to Liquid Television on MTV. Got a lot of attention for anime. Got a lot of attention for what we were doing. The other thing, what we did at Streamline was that we got these films in video stores. Now you're all thinking, so what? Video, just like I was saying about the rest of the film industry, back in 1988, 89, 90, you could not buy legally anime anywhere unless it was an English dub of Jack and the Beanstalk or something, or Warriors of the Wind. You couldn't buy anime anywhere. And with the power of Akira, and for some reason they couldn't sell the video rights to any of our little trick. We went in there and said, you can sell the video rights. We'll get you the billboard of being in a theater. We'll get you the reviews. And didn't work, meaning it didn't work for them. They couldn't sell it to video companies. Still didn't want to pick it up because we found out the hard way that the video stores wouldn't pick Blockbuster, Suncoast. These were the big ones at the time. There are many others. They had no place to put it. Their whole mentality was, where do we put this in our store? We cannot put these in the kiddie section. That's all they could think of. It's a cartoon. It's got to go in the kiddie section. And of course, I said, well, you can put it in the science fiction. It's a cartoon. We can't put it in the science fiction section. So we literally, then I said, well, why not just have an anime section? And no, they can't do that. There was a shelf they said something, you needed a minimum of, I forgot what it was. It was at least 10. It might have been 5, but it could have been, I think it was, you need 10 titles. And we didn't even have 10 when we started doing this. We didn't have 10 titles on video for them. So we couldn't even do that. So we until we got enough, then finally we did. We talked them into it. And as soon as we did, the same thing happened. People came to the stores. We first started selling our anime directly to comic book shops. I don't know if anybody remembers that, but we sold them, so you could only get Akira and some of our titles. We called them video comics, as you might recall. It'll say that on the side of the box. You can only get them, and we sold them only to those stores. And we did fantastically because the fans knew what they wanted, and then they ultimately knew where they could get them. The only place they could get them were these comic book shops. And so that's what we did. We did all that and a lot more that I'm forgetting. There's many other, Wicked City, Gogol 13, and we did Castle of Cagliostro.
Yes.
We did. I mean, on Vampire Hunter D. I'm trying to remember all the titles. We eventually we stuck our toe in the waters of TV. Barely. With Nadia and Zillion and a few other things. Some older direct-to-video movies we did. And then, of course, Carl, in his infinite wisdom, he literally had the calendar marked to the day when the rights would run out for Robotech at, USA Video, or some other video company had the rights. And he knew when their rights were going to elapse on the calendar. And on that very day, he called Harmony Gold and said, I'll give you the money. Let me distribute them through Streamline. Made a deal. And then about a week or two later, when that other company that had the rights woke up and realized their rights elapsed, had to come back and get them from us now. And anyway, that's a long story. But going too far in the details. Well, anyway, technically that's my little Streamline story. As all good things happen, around 1994, I was feeling my oats. I got into this. I think I left out a whole bunch of stuff I should say, but one of the things about me is, from those early days, is I was on a crusade for my teenage years that cartoons weren't just for kids. It was in my teenage years when I discovered the Warner Brothers cartoons. I had watched them all my life, but suddenly, a little bit more mature, I realized how funny they were. And it just occurred to me, cartoons with anime and with this and that aren't just for kids. And my whole life's mission has been to tell people that, to show them that, to write books that explain that, to put out movies in theaters that show it, to put those things, the cartoons, in a place where they don't belong, like in an art theater or on the bookshelf, That's been my mission. And so Carl and I, Carl was Japanese animated in his blood, and he's got it, all over, and I had other fish I wanted to fry, so we parted our ways. I went off to Nickelodeon and many other projects, Cartoon Brew since that, writing many, many more books. And that's basically my story. As far as anime and why is it popular in North America, I think part of it, a couple of things I wanted to say. A couple of things. One is that I was telling somebody we had a pre-meeting discussion, and the word I was using a lot was underground, and I heard it come up in various ways in some of the other presentations today. There is something about the appeal of this being not your mom's cartoons or not your grandma's, animation or entertainment. It's something about that outlaw aspect of anime that I think Americans like, young people like in particular. It's different. I wanted to know more about who made these films when I saw Eighth Man, and when you see, Robotech, it just draws you in, in a way that the other cartoons that the American studios were doing didn't get. There was something more real about anime. I think that's the word I would use as well. There was a reality to the fantasy of anime. That they were also treating the animated form in a more adult way, and in a way that Americans just gags and goofy cartoon characters. And the Japanese had a different point of view on that. Somebody was also saying that back when we were doing Streamline, we'd go to the Comic-Con. We had a lot of rabid fans, and fans of anime, not necessarily fans of Streamline, who would come up to us, and, why are you dubbing this? Why don't you put it out, with subtitles, And I would always say to them, what was the first thing? I don't care who it was. What was the first anime? Reach back. What was the first one you saw that got you into it? And all of them had both the same answer and different answers. They all had different answers, but the answers would be Robotech, Star Blazers, Speed Racer, Gigantor, or whatever. Maybe they saw an animated feature of some sort, and I'm like, every one of them, it was an English dubbed version of a Japanese anime. They never saw it originally in Japanese, and what got them into it was seeing it in English, and that's what I took away from Streamline, and what's important about, and what I was trying to do, what I personally was trying to do, is I want to bring people in. I don't want to just preach to the converted. I want to get people out there to see what we see, and then once they see it, they'll find the undubbed versions. They'll find all that stuff. But let's bring them in. Let's show them how it's cool and what's neat about it in a way that they'll understand it. So that's what we were trying to do with Streamline Pictures. And that's my speech. So if anybody has any questions for me about anything, I'll happily take it, or we'll go into our round table. Any questions? All right, thank you. We have one question so far.
Yeah, somebody mentioned something about the distribution of Millennium Actress and all that.
All right.
You had a long story.
I don't have a long story, luckily for you. Luckily. No, just Millennium Actress. You guys, and I think Ghost in the Shell 2 were both distributed in the United States by, if you look at the box closely, Go Fish Pictures. Go Fish Pictures was DreamWorks. I don't know why nobody knows that. If you look close enough, you can kind of figure it out. But that was just, strangely enough, it was an attempt by them not to distribute anime and become some kind of big distributor in that regard. It was an attempt by them to ensure that there'd be 5 nominees for an Academy Award, whatever the year those were. And the way that there could be 5 nominees is there has to be, 15 or more films, animated films released in a given year to get 5 nominees. If there's less than that, there's 3. So what they did was they pick up a few Japanese animation films and put them out, even if it was a token release of some sort, just so that they'd report that to the Academy, and that way they'd have 5 nominees. So it was really a weird, backwards way of why did they put those. Thankfully they did, but they probably would have gotten out anyway. But that's the reason for that existence. Yes. They really cared about it with both films when they came out. I remember everything about it when they came out, and I spoke to the publicists and the people at the studio at the time, and they were really into it. But on Jeffrey Katzenberg higher level, it was pretty much okayed. Let's do this because of that reason that I said. But below that, people took it seriously. One of the other joys, one of the other memories I have of my Streamline days was we used to play a lot of our films at the New Art Theater in Los Angeles. It's an art theater, and I still remember. And I would do this throughout the 5 years I was there. I didn't go to every theater in the country, but I would go out of my way as much as I can, whenever I could, to visit theaters in the hinterlands, wherever they were, in Florida or Minneapolis or anywhere. If our movie was playing, if I had some excuse to go there, I would go. I kind of wanted to see what it was like, sit in the theater and see how the theater was presenting it with the poster in the front. I just loved movie going, and I just thought it was so cool. And so at one point, in LA, I would go like all the time. Whenever I was off, when I wasn't on the phone booking films, I'd go over to the theater if we were playing. And I still remember this Saturday afternoon. I went over, and I think it was Castle in the Sky. That would make the story perfect, actually. Maybe it was Castle in the Sky. I'll just say it that way. But it was something like Castle in the Sky, I think. Maybe it was Castle of Cagliostro. And we were playing the film. It was Saturday. I went over there, and there was a contingent of Disney animators, and I knew who they were. A bunch of very, very big shot people, including some executives from Disney, were all en masse, came in, bought tickets, thank you, and sat down and watched the film. And this was, they didn't want to call. I'm surprised they didn't call us for a private screening or something. But But I still think about that day because obviously it was a year or so later that Disney, picked up the rights to the whole Miyazaki, the Studio Ghibli thing. So, to me it was like a field trip, a road trip for them to see what the story is on these films, and I feel a little responsible for that, and I'm kind of glad. They took all our films away from us. Yeah.
Actually, I have a quick question about, with that Disney deal, aren't some of those done through G Kids? Do you know
Now
anything
they
about
are.
that company?
Now they are. Yeah, I know about G Kids. I've become friends with the guys from G Kids. It's only 2 people. They remind me of me because Streamline was only 2 people, and G Kids is practically 2 people in New York. And they've kind of backed into doing what they're doing now, which is they were 2 guys who were putting on a festival of children's films in New York. And they've been doing it for a few years, and it's been very successful. And what happened was there's no more Streamline. There's no more. I'm sure there were other things here and there, but since those days, but there was nobody actively distributing just animation in America, foreign animation. And so, except these guys were showing these oddball foreign animated films at their festival every year. And so the distributors and the producers basically asked this, could you distribute these movies? And they kind of reluctantly did. And luckily for them, I forgot which one the first one was, but their films started getting Oscar nominees. So with that, they're still just 2 guys out of an office in New York, but they're picking up more and more of these films. They have up on Poppy Hill this week, opened in LA. So they're continuing the, and they've actually made some kind of sub-licensing arrangement or something with Disney to take on distributing those films. Because what Disney does, reason, in a weird way, it's been a disappointment. Nobody said this, but you can tell by the grosses. The grosses aren't that high, for these Studio Ghibli films. They're very low, actually, and low in Disney terms. Like $10 million. If we did $10 million, we'd be fantastic, but to Disney, that's nothing. So, I think they've been wanting to. They've done what they can. They put them out on video. They've given them the best release they could give them, and I think they're, as long as they still have the rights, they're kind of sub-licensing them to still keep them around, in theaters. So that's the arrangement, I think. You have a question, I know it. No? I'm now pointing to people who just look like they have questions. He does. See, I knew it because he's got a nice warm sweater on, so he's thinking.
Well, so one thing just sort of struck me as I was listening to you, and I grew up with all of these movies, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for watching them.
And, I think to myself, I came into this through Robotech. That was the thing.
The gateway drug.
I remember having to go to the dentist when I was a kid, and I missed an episode, and I cried.
Oh, yeah.
But I sort of wondered, that sort of maybe brilliance on your part of picking the movies, because I sort of wonder if I would have been exposed right from the get-go to Pokemon or, something else, would that have, or even, Dragon or something, which I think is brilliant now.
Yeah.
Would that have been a good person?
Yeah, I don't know.
So I just wonder if you could talk to, you mentioned that you cherry-picked
Yeah.
your titles when you had that luxury, and it seems like that was a benefit to all in exposing those.
Yeah, the word you'd really use is curate. We curated what you saw. Only we had the ability to. We did not have any competition. Central Park Media, what is it? Renditions, what was the name of that company? There was all these companies. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they came up after us, but we were ahead of them. So we were able to, at our leisure. Plus, Carl was really into anime, and as was I. But at the time, and we knew this stuff. We knew that we had already seen for a few years what we thought were good ones. That if we had a movie company, boy, we'd release Wicked City in 2 seconds. And that we went after all these movies. We had like a list that we went after the rights for all of them, and ultimately we did get all of the ones that I wanted. And that's actually one of the reasons why I also left. I felt like we had completed our checklist, our bucket list there. And you know what? There wasn't at that exact moment. There wasn't another Akira or significant film, in my opinion, that was like another Akira type on the docket, that was coming up. I knew after Akira, I knew we had Wicked City and a few other things that would dazzle people. But kind of from that point on, I didn't really know where we were going. And I just sort of felt like I could do other things that would be, and we've done it, we've established it, and now there was competition. It was kind of like a movie. It came to an ending, for me. But yeah, we knew about these things. That's really what I'd say. Obviously, a lot of the ones we picked were famous. I call them famous manga. Famous comics that were being translated, like The Professional, Golgo 13, was coming out as a manga in America around the time we were picking it up. So, and Fist of the North Star too. They were more well known than some others. I mean, we knew them. Fist of the North Star, the animation isn't that great. It's just what it is. But on the other hand, it's an important film. We thought so. We had criteria, for what we were going to release. Of course, if you look at our later releases, that kind of almost tells the tale, because those were everything was on the list from day one. But you can tell that we got some stuff really late, like Wicked City. It took forever to make a deal with those people, but we did. And it took forever to make a deal with Castle of Cagliostro. That was a tricky one with TMS. I only lucked out on that one. This is where life and experience comes into play. They had an American rep in LA they had just hired, who wasn't Japanese for the first time. They decided, let's go with an American guy who will help us in America. And he turned out to be a guy I knew, a guy I used to work with at United Artists in the 16 millimeter division, 15 years earlier, 10 years earlier. And he was now the guy running the TMS office at that time. It was unbelievable. So I said, so this is what we're doing. Explain it to them. And it still took forever. But he was able to convince them because it was a relationship. It was wonderful. It's where you go, and the guy who runs the Cartoon Network, this is totally aside now, but the guy who runs the Cartoon Network, the head guy, this guy's named Stu Snyder, if you look it up. Stu Snyder's the president of the Cartoon Network now, and he worked with me at United Arts in that 16 millimeter division. It's funny, it's like going to school with your friends and you all go off in life, and one guy becomes but that's what happened. My college was this United Artists thing, but everybody went off to these amazing, and I'm doing a blog. No. Speaking of which, I'm going to be, they're the first people to know I'm doing a new blog called Animation Scoop. It's not online yet. You won't find it on the URL, but it will be starting in a couple of weeks. It's a news blog, and it'll be great. We're going to have a regular anime reviews and very expertly written commentary about modern anime, FYI, as amongst other things. It'll be about the whole world of animation. But you're the first people to know about anime. You've got the scoop on Animation Scoop. I think that's about it.
Got a bookmark in now.
I think that's it for now? Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so we're going to bring up these tables here real quick. Let's give it about 10 minutes for us to set up the round table real fast. So, quick break for 10 minutes. We'll bring these tables up here, and then we'll start our round table, and then we'll be done.
And, yeah, we're about 3 hours into this particular this particular broadcast. I'm your host, Hope Wesley, the Mile High Mouth, and you've just listened to, almost all of the rest of the keynotes from SANA, which was the Summit on Anime in North America. That was Dr. Ian Condry, Kevin McKeever, and Jerry Beck. There is a roundtable session featuring all of them and the previous people that were in previous episodes, and I'm going to play that now. So, sorry about not having a musical ration in this one, but I figure that, well, this is going to be 4 hours long. So, yeah. Just deal with it. Thank you.
Here we have a very special guest that I want to bring up here for just a little bit. We obviously could not have pulled this off without him. He is one of our very, very good friends over at the Japanese consulate. May I please welcome to the stage, once again, Deputy Consul General Tadahiko Yamaguchi.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, for my introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all the guests and participants here, especially today's 6 prominent speakers of anime experts, and also the members and the volunteers from the Rocky Mountain Anime Association. Without your commitment and dedication, we wouldn't able to make this event possible today. Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。We know Japanese anime is getting more and more popular and is watched by people all over the world. 10 years ago, there were just a few anime TV shows in the United States. Today, you are able to watch many shows through TV, videos, and various online services. Not only anime, but Japanese manga and games are also available. This is a drastic change within a single decade. Why is anime watched by so many people? What attracts you so? I have wondered for a while. Why? Now this question is no longer my personal question. It becomes a common question for everybody. Today, in this summit, we have special guest speakers in anime-related world, from academics to the industries, all together here. I'm already very excited to hear interview opinions which is presented so far. And I'm looking forward to hear more. By relaying your comments and analysis on this exact question of why anime is so popular, taking back to Japan, I hope people in Japan will be proud and appreciate what they were contributed to the world. I hope what was discussed today will also open our eyes and make us think about who we are and what we have to communicate with people in other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I have learned people who like anime also tend to be attracted to the different aspects of Japanese culture as well. From traditional kabuki, samurai swordsmanship, or to J-pop music and kawaii cute things. Thus, anime become avenues for American people to learn about Japan. Japan and the United States are bound together in strong friendship and trust. We have tried to understand each other in depth. Now, anime is one of many tools for Japanese and American people to get to know each other. It is a great pleasure to be able to share this wonderful Japanese culture to you all. And as you enjoy anime, I hope your interest in my country deepens further. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, may I conclude my remarks expressing my belief. Anime saves world peace and built our future based on our mutual trust and friendship through anime. Thank you very much.
Okie dokie, guys, here we go. Roundtable discussion, as of course. I'm sitting at the only round table in the room, so there. But what that means, of course, is this is a discussion. Please, everybody has a voice. So, if you have a question, please come up to the microphone. We'll be able to, get it on the recording so that this can go out and be seen and heard by many, many other different people all around the world. So, as a discussion, you know what? Let's start off at the big thing, and this goes to all panel members. Guys, please chime in, open your mouths, let's hear what you have to say. Why is anime so popular in North America? I know! What's your favorite color?
What kind of tree would you be?
You can kind of rebel.
I thought we answered that.
All right, let's get granularize. How does, what, let's see, because I have a ton of notes and there's been a fantastic amount of stuff presented today. So I'm trying to figure out, what do you think started the United States with their love of an art form that they had never seen before? So where do you think the beginning was, and how do we go from there?
You know what people forgot to mention as one of the origins of the interest? Because clearly there's a lot of them, from Robotech to Akira to many other things. But one I just remembered was Cliffhanger. Remember that? There was a arcade game that was kind of a ripoff of it was looping footage. But I remember people really digging that, and wondering where that footage came from. Just saying. Anybody else have any ideas?
I want to play this game now. I never saw that. No, see, we learn new things every day. Well, I think it's been growing for a while. We saw anime. We saw anime for decades. Jerry talked about Magic Boy being the first anime ever to come over. It was distributed by MGM. We saw Speed Racer. We saw Prince Planet. We saw Battle of the Planets. And then of course in the 80s the boom began. But those shows were strictly aimed at kids, even though in Japan they weren't necessarily so. And I think as we saw, as we talked about before, as people get older, before the 1980s, they just stopped watching animation because it was assumed, as Jerry and several other people on the panel pointed out, that the net, it's just for kids now. It's a kids thing. I'm gonna go off and watch Starsky and Hutch, and there's just no animation there to appeal to them. We talked about before. You talked about how the Flintstones was on at 8:30 in the evening. It wasn't. That was 1960. It wasn't until 30 years later that the Fox network brought The Simpsons into prime time, and that was 30 years, and it was the same level. And that's how they pitched it. They pitched it as the anti-Flintstones, and it was just there was no animation at the time that was there to appeal to people. And now we're seeing it. Now it's all different. Now we have we see kids from 2 to 82 watching anime in North America now, in the span of 30 years. So I think it's because there's anime there now that appeals to the adults and it treats the adults with respect. As I mentioned before, you kill a character, they stay dead. Unlike a lot of other live-action science fiction I won't mention.
I think another reason for the rise of popularity of anime in the U.S. too has a lot to do, and this, let me know if I'm getting too academic on this, with the rise of the focus on the sciences in the U.S. during the Cold War, with the space race and everything like that, with the rise of popularity of science fiction. Because there weren't, with the exception of something like Star Trek or Lost in Space, there wasn't really a lot to go into and really explore something in depth. And even then, those shows were silly for the most part. There wasn't the same level of depth to them that you were able to find in the anime titles that were coming out in the 70s and 80s at that time. So I think that it could be, because of the focus on sciences, because of the focus on physics and chemistry and all that kind of thing, when we were trying to make sure that we didn't get bombed by the red thread, then I think that led to a lot of adults that were very interested in exploring themes that had to do with space primarily. So I think that that a lot of those popular titles that originally were some of the ones that brought the interest in anime into the United States really had a lot to do with the rise of its popularity.
May I add something? I'm really glad you mentioned the 1970s, because it's interesting. We've been talking about the 1960s, the 1980s, 1990s, the current decades, but we seem to have skipped over the 1970s. And it's interesting that some of the anime that were most globalized in the 1970s were shoujo anime, or anime aimed at girls. And a lot of the anime, I'm dovetailing on something that someone said earlier, a lot of the anime that's been consumed globally have been shonen anime, or anime originally marketed toward boys. Like, for example, in Japan and also in Europe in 1974 through 1977, a series that we don't know very much in the United States called Candy Candy was very popular. And series like that we don't think of when we usually think of anime, but they were some of the big programs to globalize, especially in Europe.
Yeah, and I think, one of the things that really strikes me, I think it's true that anime is more serious and has more depth, and it sort of raises the question, why is that? And then for me, I go back to the manga world in Japan is so various and didn't have the shutdown of the comics code that happened in the US, and so there's kind of interesting historical trends that set up the media worlds differently, so that I really think there has been an absence in American animation for the kind of low to mid-teen kind of work that we started to see more with Simpsons that could reach sort of a wider range of audiences with its different kinds of jokes. But so on the one hand, there was this absence, I think, in the American media market that's still being filled. And I think of these films like Hosoda Mamoru's films, like Summer Wars, The Girl That Through Time, this new one, Wolf Children, that they don't fit into the right similar categories. I was thinking of this problem with the video stores, like, we don't have a shelf, that's it, so we're done, You're like, well, how would you, why not? Just add a shelf. But then, so that's part of it, I think, is that there's a sort of different sort of range of things in different media markets. I mean, and, it's not just anime. I think Bollywood, that fills a space that's not being filled so much by other media, and Nigeria has Nollywood. It's not just anime. It's an interesting range of possibilities as the world becomes more connected and you get access to more things. So I think that's part of it. You sort of think of the media landscape as part of the answer. But the other answer for me is it is the people. That there's in some ways the question is, what is it about anime? But it's also, what is it about anime fans? And that there is something sort of more active, more productive, more my friend who was former president of the anime club at MIT he thought of it as you need a proselytization commons. That's what he said. And that's what he called piracy, actually. He said, it's very poetic. It's a little academic, right? He says it's a proselytization. And I was like, well, I didn't really think of it as evangelism so much, but there's that side of it that, and it's not unique to anime, but there's a little more of it in anime, and maybe it's a sense that that it's popular, but it's still not quite mainstream. A few little things bubble through, but it's this interesting thing where it's widespread, it's well known. There's these huge, massive, important conventions, but the mainstream still coming around. It's going to take a few more steps.
Yeah, they hear anime and they think Overfiend. So,
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, there's.
And,
you also you brought up an interesting point, though. It's things worth mentioning is that after World War II, comic books in this country became known as something for juvenile delinquents, and the comics code came in. Comics became G-rated, and Casper and Archie and whatever, and that wasn't the case around the world.
Right.
Certainly not in Japan and in France, and it was literature, and it was accepted. You could read comics on the subway and all that, and we have been suppressed here.
Yeah.
It's only with manga and anime finally getting shown that we're, the tastes of the masses are coming through.
Well, and I think another reason some of that sophisticated style of storytelling bleeds over from manga into anime is that, there's not a lot of space for, TV studios in Japan. It's a pretty small, country. So it's a lot easier to fit 5 or 6 guys into a room the size of these 2 tables to make a show than it is to have a live action production. So those sophisticated types of stories that you couldn't tell in live action can be told because the budget is the same whether you're telling a slice of life or whether you're blowing up a planet. So, so yeah, I think those sophisticated storylines became the norm, whereas, like was discussed so many times today, in America, cartoons became the basement for children only. They became toy commercials.
We have a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer what might be a part of an answer to Jeremy's question about what got people engaged in this kind of art form they hadn't seen before. And I'm completely behind Mr. Beck's comments about anime being an example of how animation is not just for kids. Even to the extent, though, that some animation is for kids, and even if we wanted to concede, okay, Robotech, as presented, was a kids' show. It was a kids' show that respected its audience in a way that American cartoons for kids, especially at the time, simply didn't do. It was at emotional depth, it was intellectually challenging. It wasn't just to fill time and sell cereal. It was to sell robot toys, but it was also to get people interested. And I think that's one of the reasons. It was something to think about, something that seemed to matter more than the rest of kids' television that was available at the time.
And that's affected the American animation industry too. I think Batman the Animated Series wouldn't have happened without the kind of, sophisticated stories that were starting to be told from the anime side.
Would it be okay with the audience to say your names or what you do? You have such interesting comments. It's good to know who you guys are.
Hi, I'm Therese Tatum. I'm the executive director for SODAC-Con in Rapid City, South Dakota. We're a baby con. It's joked that we're still in the womb. That's how small we are. But I actually want to put more focus on what I think some of you might be missing is actually, I'm also a mother of 3, and they're 9 and under. And with American cartoons for so long, it was half-hour fluff. It really is. I love Scooby-Doo. I do, but there really isn't a lot there. It's watching them get chased and then Scooby messing up the trap, And what anime did instead was acknowledging that children were smart. My 6-year-old can run circles around me sometimes going, I don't know what you're talking about, but I feel stupid now. And anime kind of took that to the next level, going, you know what, they understand what's going on. And by doing that, you're growing mini fans. You really are, because kids are running home to watch the next episode now, like Robotech, And it's starting to happen in American animation also. Avatar is the biggest one. It's considered the American anime, and it's because, sure, some of the episodes were fluff, but they kind of needed that to alleviate the drama before, but there was always that overlining plot. And then we're really saying it's not for kids anymore. Well, that's the thing, is the cartoons that were for kids, but it was brain numbing. SpongeBob, it's that way.
It's not just SpongeBob. Poor SpongeBob.
But it's because of anime that they acknowledge that children are smart and they can understand that, because children understand day to day what's going on. They understand parents are fighting. They understand kids bullying them. And I think that that's part of why anime is so popular, is because my daughters love Totoro. They do. And they love that. And it's not because, it's from Japan or it's a different art style. It's because it connects with them as a younger adult or younger kids. So I just think that might be something to kind of steer towards, is because before we're always saying, well, as an adult we're connecting to it because the characters are full-fledged and they're full, and you understand and connect to the characters. Well, that's why kids are getting into it. So we're breeding a generation to love it and want it more and longer. So.
I think that's really interesting. I was struck by that too, and so I guess listening to the radio news one day, and I had little kids, and it was, you know, it's a bomb going off in Iraq and 20 people killed, and I remember one of my children, about maybe 5 or 6, saying, "Oh my God, you know, people died. You know, what happened? What happened?" And I said, "Oh, you know," I was kind of thinking, "Oh, don't worry, it's a long way away. It's Iraq." But then I started thinking, you know, who's right in this situation? You know, as an adult, I've sort of learned to build this wall around all of these issues, but a child in some ways can see it even more. And so I think it's a really important point. And the other thing I think is interesting is that, you know, if we think about sort of how, and we have people who, you know, have been fighting with the gatekeepers and talking the gatekeepers and distributors into trying new things, and it's a real challenge. And I remember one of the interviews I had with Suzuki Toshio, who's one of the main producers in Studio Ghibli, talking about Totoro, and this way he told the story. So I don't know, that's all I know about it. But he said, you know, when there was talk of bringing Totoro to the U.S., that some of the folks in the U.S. said, well, there's that scene where the dad's in the bathtub with the daughters, and of course that's going to have to go. You can't do that. He'll seem like some kind of sexual predator, and American audiences just can't handle this, and it'll be terrible. It'll be a big problem. And Suzuki said, "We're not going to do it. We're not changing it." And I remember I heard this story elsewhere, and he wrote about it elsewhere too. And he said, "Yeah, you know, people know this story, and some people say this is Suzuki being great. He's protecting the artistic vision of Miyazaki." And Suzuki said, "No, actually, that's not it at all. You know, it's like, of course, I care about the artistic vision. I mean, that wasn't the reason." He says, "The reason is you start editing, and it's 6 months of work, and it's way." And he's like, I don't have that. I'm not going to waste that 6 months. You know, the movies, we already edited the movie. It is what it is, and I'm not going to go back into it. And normally, you know, I feel like we don't have a chance to test whether the gatekeepers are right in their assessments. But in this case, we did have the chance because that scene stayed in the movie, and nothing happened. And so
my 8-year-old turned around. She was like, "Why are they doing that? Isn't that weird, Mom?" And I said, "You know, that's their culture. That's how it is. That's how they live." And she goes, "Okay, doesn't think about it."
well, that's what I think, and that there's ways in which it seems possible that when you have the experts who might be wrong sometimes, that it still ends up having a big effect on what gets seen and what doesn't. And you know, I've been studying the music industry and trying to think, how could Japanese rap music break into the U.S. or something? And I've been told a million times, well, there's never going to be a foreign rap song that will be huge. You mean you're not even going to know what they're saying? Are you kidding? It's impossible.
How's that protest?
Exactly. I go back to them.
So, well, and along the same vein, I've actually been asked by people before in reference to Summer Wars, where there is a scene within Summer Wars after Granny dies, where it's a very beautiful, quiet scene of everybody kind of dealing with grief in their own ways. And I think one of the most beautiful reflections of continued life that occurs in that scene is the fact that the aunt is breastfeeding her baby. And that was very impactful to me because it's just like they've just lost the matriarch of their family, but life is moving on. And that scene meant a lot to me. And you know what? I've had parents come and bitch at me for the fact that there was breastfeeding in that film. And they were just like, that's obscene. And I was like, it's the most natural thing. And what do you think these are for? I know we make a lot of shows that use them in very different ways.
Frozen.
But it's just, you know, I mean, it's one person's obscene is another person's most beautiful, natural expression of love and motherhood and family that you can possibly provide. So, so that's kind of an interesting thing, and that's another thing is that I feel like once you let other people decide what can and cannot be allowed, is when does it stop?
Yeah.
And so, you know, so they wanted the bath scene removed. Well, what if they decided that when Totoro opens his mouth and roars that it's too scary, that they want to remove that scene from it as well? People are afraid to confront children with fear and with loss. And with all of these, they feel like they have to be protected from them when it's something that they're dealing with every day. You lose your favorite Hot Wheels car when you're 3 years old, and it is one of the most devastating things to ever happen to you. And when you're letting children see something like that in a safe environment where they're not actually losing something, where it can actually spark a dialogue, like you said with your children, of them being in the bathtub together. Well, why are they sad? Well, they lost their grandmother. Well, does that mean that my grandmother's going to die? Well, someday, yeah, everybody does. And it's an opportunity for them to begin to wrap their head around those kind of concepts that children won't necessarily be able to deal with later. Along a similar vein, you don't see a lot of programming like that coming out in the United States for children. You don't see something where, like I said, they're having to deal with fear and loss. I think one of the most important shows that came out of the 80s that wasn't produced in the United States was Degrassi. Degrassi Junior High was an unbelievably important show produced by Canadian television.
Or even before that, Sesame Street. Sesame Street was the first American program to deal with death for children. Mr. Hooper died in 1981.
I still remember that.
Yeah. I think we all remember what you're talking about.
I want to do something Sarah said, because you talked about the breastfeeding thing, and your reaction to that of like, oh my God, why are people doing that? You have to understand though, there's still a long way to go in North America. In Japan, that means nothing. It's like, it's okay. They're used to seeing that animation. But there's still a mindset amongst, not just Hollywood, but amongst the general public as well, where people are like, animation's still for kids. It's changed where you can do animated comedy now. Look at Family Guy. I mean, you want adult comedy, there you go. But if you want to do something drama or show the scene that you just talked about, Sarah, where it's like people will, there are people who will legitimately freak out. And we have to, we want to push boundaries, obviously. We want to open it up, but you also have to do it, sadly, sometimes take the baby steps. And yes, those people will freak out, but eventually people look back and just say, remember that time when these people freaked out and gave you a whole bunch of garbage for showing that breastfeeding scene and we'll all laugh? I mean, it's a slow and steady process, sadly, but you're going to run into that because there still is that bias against animation here in North America.
Come to South Dakota.
Hi, Megan Hallam. I'm an administrator with Anime Weekend Atlanta. I have too many thoughts. One of them is that actually a lot of this reminds me of discussions that we had 20 years ago when I was in college about whether or not we were going to edit the text of the St. John Passion with our chorus. And I was managing the course at the time, and I was interviewed by a couple papers, not just the school paper, about our decision not to. And it came down to the fact that when you edit part of a work to say more what you think it should say, that's when you open the door to what happened in the 30s and the 40s when they were using the passion narratives and using it to tell a very different narrative to drive anti-Semitism. And so if you make a choice to say, you know what, we're not sure our audience is ready for that, let's not show this film, that's one thing. If you say they're not ready for it, let's show them a different version that we think says what we think it should say, then you get into a much more scary area. Happier topic. I think that one of the things for me that I see when I see what appeals to people about anime, and you were right, absolutely, Sully, about the connection to science fiction and fantasy. And I think that in many ways, that when you take something and you have animation, you have an opportunity to tell a story that you can't tell as easily in the real world, just the way you can explore an idea in science fiction or explore an idea in fantasy that departs from our known history. And if you depart too far, I mean, they consider alternate history novels to be technically science fiction for exactly that reason. But there are a lot of people who are interested in exploring that idea. Going back to literature of all sorts of, whether it's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein or anything else, you're looking at not just what is, but what could be. And for many, many generations, I think, in America at least, the idea of becoming an adult was that you had to let go of that. You were supposed to put away your imagination and instead deal with the real world. And I think part of this is that pushback against the idea that, well, if all we deal with is the real world, how do we create? How do we progress? How do we do anything new or anything better than what we currently have? And we all dream for the next generation. If you can't dream beyond what you've already seen, then it's not much of a dream. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
You're here.
It's interesting, too, that we're living in a moment when young adult fiction is often consumed by adults, too. And some of the most complex stories we've had in recent years have been intended for
I
teenagers.
wanted to bring up the whole attraction to things like the Hunger Games, because you give kids or you give young adults something before me, and they're going to flock to it because they really are prepared for more.
Yeah.
And I think in America, animation became the realm of how do we cheaply produce brightly colored things for kids, so that we can just turn it out without having to spend a lot of money. So to see even things for kids that respected as an art form that actually have that high production value is also great.
Yeah, I kind of refuse to dumb down anything I work on. In the very first show I ever directed was Dragon Ball GT, and I had to have a long discussion with my producer about why it was okay to use the word hubris. Because if the audience didn't know it, they will go look it up.
I've argued a number of times that my 4-year-old nephew used the word aviary. And he knew the word aviary because we read the Aladdin Disney book at bedtime for 3 nights in a row. And he said, hey, Meme, what's that? I was like, that's an aviary. Well, what's an aviary? He's like, it's kind of a big place where birds live. And the next night he's like, hey, Meme, what's that? I was like, an aviary. Where birds live? Hey, look, an aviary. Where birds live? I'm like, not a hard concept, not a hard word. It's only difficult because people don't run into it.
Seems like we have a little line going now, but I'm Jennifer Mayo. I'm currently a college student with a major of English creative writing. I'm going to go on to grad school to study video games, but I'm going to preface my question with a little bit of a personal anecdote. So when I was 16, I had a bit of an identity crisis in high school, coming to the terms that I was gay, and that was a really hard thing for me. And we mentioned Utna earlier today, and that actually was a show that really helped me deal with what does it mean to be a girl, and especially what does it mean to be gay or a minority in a society that really doesn't respect you. So I just want to bring up the topic of gender and sexuality in anime, because we have yaoi, we have yuri, we have shows that show like different genders or different relationships between people. So both in an academic sense, for the more academics on our panel of in what ways do people engage in texts to both explore sexuality and to maybe like vicariously play. And then for those of you involved with like distribution, what sort of challenges do you face when you come across an anime that has not maybe sexual themes, but because there's a different orientation, you get especially just a pushback from the audience. So that's a bit of a two-part for you guys. Do you want to tackle it first, or?
Either way.
I'll start off by maybe defining some of the terms. I'm not quite sure if everyone knows what yaoi or yuri are. And thanks for that question. I'm so glad you asked it. That's an excellent question. Yaoi is sort of, I guess it's like English slash. When I teach it, I like to call the unit Harry Potter did what with whom.
Speaking of fan fiction.
Exactly. And in yaoi, like slash, it often involves male characters because it's so hard, even in anime perhaps, maybe you could help me find more examples, to find works with more than one strong female character. There's often 2 strong male characters or a female character with 2 male love interests, but it's really hard to find 2 really, or more than 2 really strong female characters. And yaoi depends on having strong characters with enough complexity that you want to pair them. Yuri is girls' love, and it's a different kind of pairing often, and it's often aimed at a different audience, too. But yeah, I'm not quite sure how to tackle your question because there's so much there. There's so many examples of anime that people can find as coping mechanisms, or anime that people can find instructive, or anime that people can argue with and find sort of bad counter examples. But I think one of the great things that it does is it opens up questions, and it leaves a lot for exploration.
Yeah, and I would reiterate that and say it's certainly true, and that it is funny because we spend a lot of time, even I've been doing this, saying, anime fans are this or anime fans are that, and I teach a class on anime. And so it becomes very interesting once you have a class that's mostly anime fans, but not entirely. And that I quickly realized that when you start talking about things like moe or fan service or yaoi, that there's very different very different understandings of what's going on there, and that it really is a great teaching tool. In part because of this, what we've been saying, that it takes children's worries about gender and sexuality very seriously. And also, I think there's an openness in anime, and then this again comes out of a lot of the manga as well, to acknowledge such the diversity of people's sexuality and attractions to others. And we have split locker rooms and split bathrooms, and everything seems as if it's one or the other. But there's a lot of ways to go, and all kinds of experiences. Even if you're so-called straight, there's a lot of different things you can feel that are actually quite natural and normal and fine. But there's not really the boxes to put them in that are ready-made. And so I do think that that's important. And it's something that I think has become more intense. I don't know, it's like reading Foucault, and there's philosophers who wrestle with a lot of these gender and sexuality questions, a whole fleet of people you could mention. But one of the things I really learned from this French guy, Michel Foucault, was pointing out that the idea that your sexual orientation should define who you are is actually a fairly new idea. And that samurai, and there's all sorts throughout every military culture in history has had homosocial, if not homosexual, relationships being part of it. And the idea that that's sort of not, or something, a problem, is actually a somewhat new kind of phenomenon. And it's helpful to be reminded of that, and that it's always being reproduced in a variety of ways, but that talking about it, opening it up, showing the varieties of folks that are out there that you can do through manga and anime is really a great thing.
And I think it's also within manga and anime, it's easier to explore from a Japanese perspective because Japan is not a majority Christian country. So there is not, seriously, I'm saying that in all seriousness, because you don't run into the same issue of this is wrong because Christianity says so. It's more fluid. There's more, I believe that there's more acceptance, and there's more, it's something that's not right or wrong, it's something that's open to discussion. So I think that that's one of the reasons why the issue of sexuality, whether it be, anything within the LGBTQ spectrum, you can have a dialogue more easily about that within manga and anime because of the background of the country that's that's more honor focused and less Christian focused.
Well, to throw in, to add to that question of fluidity, I was just thinking of, there's so many examples of gender crossings in anime, as we all know. Like even back from Ramla, Oiran Host Club, you could go on and on and on and on and on about how many characters just don't define themselves as male or just don't define themselves as female, that there's other genders and social norms that are being created. Yeah, Japan does have a long history. I'm not quite sure if it's only defined by Christianity, but maybe that's a topic for another question.
Princess Knight.
Princess Knight, yeah.
As someone who enjoys Bugs Bunny cartoons when he dresses in drag, I don't know where I'm going with that sentence.
This is the way that when I'm with the jerk.
I'm somebody who's myopic about the fandom community. I grew up in it, and I personally have never. I grew up in New York. I lived in West Hollywood in my life, but the fandom community doesn't seem to care, and of course it's wonderful. I think that about race or sexual. It really does. It seems like they just care about the work and the art and the this and that. That's where the focus is. It seems to me. Great.
Actually, if I could add something what Jerry said too, is that the fandom community, it's like when you go to an anime convention, nobody cares about your background. Nobody cares about your orientation. Nobody cares about your politics. What they care about is that you're there because you love anime. We can disagree on everything else, but if you think, anime is awesome and you love that show or this show or that character, that's what matters, and you make new friends. That's the thing about the fandom that I think is so sort of interesting, is that you bring all this stuff in. I always say anime conventions are so diverse. I just say that, just having gone to them and meeting fans from all different backgrounds. If you saw my panel, they're everywhere in the places you would least expect it. And that's the thing that's so great about our fandom and our community, is that it is so open. If you, the price of admission is, do you love anime? Yes, great, you're in. That's it. That's all. That's all you need. And to answer your other question about distribution, distribution has changed a lot in the past 30 years as well. Because of the internet, it's easier to micro-target now. It's easier to find reach out to certain demographics in a cost-effective manner. It used to be to advertise something, and Jerry knows this very well, he talked about Streamline, to put up a billboard on Sunset Boulevard would cost you $100,000 minimum, just for one billboard. But now through the internet, I can find small demographics and make money on them for far less than that. Because it's just the internet allows that direct connection. Because with your smartphone, I can reach you now for something that could target whatever you want to. If you like sparkling vampires, I can find you. Yes, I know.
She's a hard one.
You like sparkling vampires, we can find you. If you like Pokemon, we can find you. If you like Sailor Moon, we can find you at low cost and cost-effective manners. And that's why it's much easier now than it was, say, 30 years ago. 30 years ago, I had to think the largest possible audience, or else I'm going to go out of business. Now it's like I can micro-target. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, one of my favorite shows I ever got to work on is Speedgrapher, and it's so unique. It's very adult, it's very dark, it's very noir. And it didn't find its audience until digital, until it went on iTunes, and then it blew up. I think Ikitosen is a huge seller online because it's not something a lot of people necessarily want to walk up to the register with.
Yeah.
Gets a dirty look.
We don't judge anybody on that.
LeVar Holmes, graphic art student, or at least starting this spring. This is going to kind of change some of the subject into a somewhat industry-related question. A lot of anime, particularly Blade, has a lot of tie-ins to a lot of video games. You mentioned Vocaloid earlier, which doesn't necessarily have an anime, but it's very popular with the anime crowd. And also there's a series called Idolmaster, which has its own series and lots of video games, and more recently Persona 4, which also has ties in, was also originally a video game. Question being, how do you see the relationship between anime and video games affecting the industry in the future, and how has it already affected it?
Well, personally, from a Funimation's standpoint, last year, as a lot of you guys know, we actually did our first foray into co-production. We teamed up with EA and BioWare and produced 2 brand new original content films, Dragon Age Dawn of the Seeker and Mass Effect Paragon Lost, where we found 2 franchises that we felt were very popular and that we felt still had a story to tell. We were able to work very closely with EA and BioWare. We were able to bring that content out there because obviously people that, in the same way that anime fans get lost in the story and lost in the characters, people do much the same thing with video games. So being able to bring additional content, all the backstories when the game updates and you get a new character or a new something that goes on, people love it. They're like, oh, there's more stuff for me to do now. So it was seriously because we get very attached. So I believe that you're probably going to be seeing more and more of that because and Sengoku Basara is another excellent example of that.
Total dumb luck on that one. Where, my best friend happened to be working on the video game, and we had just happened to license the show, and between Talis and Jaffe and I just getting on the phone and saying, how can we work this out together, it got Capcom talking to Funimation, and it got some great cross-promotion going on, too. And I was able to steal half of his video game cast, because we had that relationship. So.
Well, and on top of that, the sense of continuity between the two is something that I think is exceptionally important. Because if video game fans are I think even more trolly than anime fans are. And God knows the internet's gonna rip me to shreds for that. So if you get it wrong, they will hang you out to dry. So it becomes very important to have that sense of continuity from the pre-existing content, whether the anime or the game came first. So that carryover, that suspension of reality. So between the game and the show is very, very important.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point. And one of the things that I think is also very interesting is happening in the video game world and sort of relates to this doujinshi, this sort of fan-made market, fan-made manga as well, is the ways you're getting more and more indie games, right? And Steam is a place to distribute them. And, you know, when I was interviewing some new app developers in Tokyo a year or two back, you know, they said, you know, what we're really aiming for is to be something like Toho Project, right? Which starts as this indie sort of video game and kind of bullet hell and, I don't know, you know, very hard to play actually, but still an inspiration. And it became a kind of platform that other people, and the music explodes, and the characters explode, and it keeps going and going and going. And so the ways, I think it's something that's characteristic of media more generally, that it's no longer, you know, film studies. I mean, what is film studies anymore? I mean, there's not even film to talk about for the most part. But even more than that, I mean, what is the Matrix? Sure, the Matrix is a film, but it's a video game, and it's the Animatrix, and it's all the fan stuff as well. That transmedia is now the mode of production, and so and video games are going to play an increasingly important role in that. That much is clear. Because I said that I went around through the room going anime, manga, anime with my students, but now it's true that the JRPG crowd is starting to work its way into a third to almost half the student in my class. So it's just a sign, I think, of how things are changing.
Yeah, and I really like Sully's point about character identification. That maybe there is some overlap between when you watch an anime and you identify with the character, with the complexity. When you play a video game, you are the character. You know, you become the avatar. If someone were to walk in the room and they ask you what you're doing, you're like, yeah, I'm shooting this guy or I'm jumping over the wall. You don't say, I'm pressing the button. So there's a certain kind of identification where you become part of the story that may overlap with the fandoms of anime.
So we're trying to figure out who's going to go next. Terry Chu, I'm the convention chairman for Otakon on the East Coast. I wanted to thank all of you for kind of bringing to light the conversations that all of us have sitting around at a bar or late at night conversing about these very themes. In particular, I was very interested in the passing comment about oftentimes a character is an underdog, and we all love underdogs. I think that's something that resonates quite a bit. And also, the fact that convention attendees, we're a very inclusive culture. We welcome everybody, we take care of our own, and that's very much a core aspect of our fandom, I think. And also the creative, the community. It's a very creative community. We all collaborate, and I think that's a big part of what keeps this culture going. And there's a unifying theme in what all of you have said, and a lot of others, in that it's the differences. We're seeing things that we don't have exposure from American media, or Hollywood. But I want to cast you forward 20 years, because we are in a cultural shift. We're seeing the adaptation of these storytelling modes, these visual modes that previously only came from Japan, only came from Asia. Now it is here in all of our media here stateside. So what happens to the attraction of these shows when 15, 20 years from now, it's part of our storytelling culture? And how do you think that is going to, go part of the expression, evolve this creature that we all love?
I think it's going to push innovation on the Japanese side too. know, it's like when they, you know, anime sells great, but what happens when Western animation catches up? And then I mean, they're going to have to step up too, and that's what I think that's where the best innovation comes, is when there's competition, when there's you know, different viewpoints, like us all sitting up here with our different viewpoints. I think the you know, that furthers the conversation. It furthers everything, the medium.
Well, and I think that you'll see a lot too in the whole aspect of that we've seen a lot in popular culture lately. We're looking backwards to move forwards. The reboot of Battlestar Galactica being an amazing example of that, where I'm a huge BSG. Well, I said fracking earlier, obviously. Rebooting a series like that when it came out, people were like, whoa, oh my God, it's robots and it's awesome, but it was also deeply cheesy. And to be able to take something like that and to go back and to reboot it to where, once again, there's that investment in the characters, and to be able to revisit and use new technology that's available to revolutionize the presentation of the story. And I think that that's something that we're going to be seeing more of. So, I mean, especially look at Sailor Moon. So it's a perfect example of, like I said, looking backwards to move forwards.
I think what you're going to start seeing is, example, The Matrix was based on anime like Ghost in the Shell and Akira. When The Matrix came out, anime began, if you watch after 1999, anime began sort of mimicking The Matrix. Right, exactly. So that's sort of like almost like a full circle type of movement. So we're already starting to see that. And as I said before, as the other panelists said before, you know, competition's a good thing. And it's actually a good thing that when there's more competition from Western animation, I think Japanese animation will get better, and that benefits everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's really we're seeing, and it is like that Gangnam Style joke, that there was a time when the gatekeepers in the recording industry would never have even taken a second look at a video like that or thought that something like that could be possible. And now you don't need those gatekeepers in the same way. You know, and meanwhile, we have people who've been pushing, you know, trying to break into the mainstream and showing how hard that is, but also how possible it is if you keep at it. So I think that's interesting, and certainly the internet in some ways lowers the barriers to entry, at least, right? I mean, I can make a video and post it myself, and whether people will go to it or not, at least it's available and possible to get to. It seems to me that it will be a challenge, though, for these package industries. I mean, I think it's quite possible that anime fans may be among the last on the planet to still buy DVDs, but I think they're a good candidate for that. And it's like in Japan, it's AKB48 fans are the ones who are still buying CDs because they get all the tickets and the voting and the pictures with it, that there's a kind of otaku collector side of this music consumption that's really drifted away from most other music fans. But what's happening in the music world is that although CD sales are really going down, people are spending more on live concerts and want that kind of live experience that can't be had elsewhere. I would anticipate that, you know, if there is a shift from content to platform and from objects to sort of networked communities, then we'll see more and more of that. That media will look less like sort of channels of distribution and more like communities of participation. That you say, well, how are you going to make money, right? How is money going to be made? And right now, it's kind of tedious to me seeing Facebook and Google all be relying on advertising as if that's the only way, that's the only business model out there. But things like Kickstarter, I mean, sure, it's not Hollywood levels yet, but the potential is there. And it seems, you know, I just want to throw this in case there's not a chance later, but I'm often accused of celebrating BitTorrent and illegal downloading and showing the sides of fan subs and scanlations that are positive in community building. And probably some of that criticism is legitimate. But what I would say is a part of it I want to say is that there's an ethics involved in it, even if it's against the law. And that we got to separate, and all of us know this, I suppose, there's a separation between law and ethics. But it seems to me that as if we move to this world, right, where it's not, we can't rely on the big companies to identify and invest in and take the risk on these new properties, and we can see some of the problems with that in terms of how things are filtered and what gets through and what doesn't. That the reverse side of that is that it puts more of the responsibility on us as fans to take a role, to say, you know what, if the anime is not getting out there, what can I do? You know, and if they're not getting the funding they need, maybe I should be seeing what kind of participation I can do for funding. And the Kickstarter is just one of the first examples of it, but I can imagine there'll be more and more of that. And so it seems to be part and parcel of this, that although many of us have benefited from being able to download a lot of anime for free and see stuff that we wouldn't otherwise see, because it is expensive, that one of the things that means is that as we get older and start making more money, that then we have even more responsibility to feed that prosperity back into the system. And so I just want to throw that out there, that for me it's not just the line between downloading and not downloading, but to think of it as a part of your life process too. And I guess I feel it's one thing for a sixth grader to download some stuff, because they don't have the money to spend on new music, but I'd rather them hear some new music. But that as they get older and get some money, that's when you say, okay, now's the time to pay back. And I don't know, it probably doesn't sound too good. But I want to throw that out there at least to say that's another shift that has to happen. As these big, powerful companies have less power, it also raises the level of responsibility we have to take as fans, and just throw that out there.
I just wanted to make 2 points on that same note. Is one, I don't know how many of you like TED Talks, but TED Talks are awesome. So there was actually a really amazing TED Talk that was done by Amanda Palmer, who's the lead singer of the Dresden Dolls, also married to Neil Gaiman. I hate her to bits for that. And she did a magnificent TED Talk at TED 2013 recently that was about the art of asking, about how she has used crowdsourcing to finance her music, and how, you know, that she asks for something and the fans respond. You know, and that comes down to a lot of how we utilize simulcasts at Funimation. I sometimes call it Anime Idol, because it is an opportunity for us to see what it is you want. If you're going to watch it subbed on our website, you're probably going to want to buy the dub of it when it comes out. That way we're not wasting time and money licensing things that aren't necessarily going to sell terrifically well. So that's one of the reasons why I think especially simulcasts, because as I said, as we're coming into this new generation that's had all of this media exposure and they're wanting things now, simulcasts are becoming a more and more important part of the industry. And so having that access to it and allowing us the opportunity to get a little peek inside of your brains of what you want gives us the ability to license much more effectively. So we're working on it.
This could also be one of the reasons why anime is popular, because fans have a stake in it.
I want to sort of address the question that may not even be the question, but I think you were asking about anime and where does it stand in 20 years if America is going to crossbreed with it and all that kind of stuff. The thing is, I also want to mention that I think that anime is so ingrained in their culture. You know, the technique, the style, the drawing. This is part of the Japanese culture. When we do stuff that looks like hybrid, like Avatar or something else, you know, or if Teen Titans is making fun of it or something like that, you know, that's just us imitating, and sometimes using it well. There's also tons of students in America making films in anime style. This is actually a new thing for me, but with Cartoon Brew, we would actually get entries from students from schools all around America and around the world in anime style, even if it's not from Japan. So this is a growing thing, this what I call anime style that young people are picking up on and doing. But I think that's just us taking that particular style. But I think for Japan, they're going to evolve the style. I don't know if we are or if the other people, but they are, because it's part of them. It's part of their culture. So I think we'll always be seeing Japanese animation. It may look different in 20 years, just like 20 years ago, as Japanese animation looks different right now. So they'll be evolving their style. It'll still be here. There'll also be this hybrid thing that other countries in America and younger people are gonna do, and hopefully we'll see some really cool stuff out of that too. That's my thing.
Hi, Ian Porter, industrial design student. I'm kind of wanting to try to summarize what I've been hearing from a bunch of you and then see if I'm getting the right message. But I'm kind of getting this message that anime gets classified as a genre, but it's beyond that. Anime gets classified as a style, but it's beyond that. It is platform, but it is more. And that at some point, it's not that, and anime is a way that American culture experienced Japanese culture. And in that, it sheared both cultures off of the audiences. And we got to see that we're human, they're human. When a character dies, the Japanese audience feels the same emotions that the American audience feels. And that then the American audience, who's now realized how similar the two are in spite of culture, turns and sees that other people are experiencing the same thing and bond on that same level with them. The concept of anime is not as simple a thing. It is a pipeline. It is the way the communication works. Once we've gotten past that initial explosion of, we're all human, it became a language. This is not a specific thing, but just like the early caveman drawing, oh, I killed something, so I draw a stick figure of it, and my friend, we don't even have a spoken language, but he saw that, he understands it. It becomes that core hero's journey, the same emotions, human nature, and emotions and everything, transmitted in a way that we can understand on some level. And so it becomes communication between the cultures in spite of culture.
Yeah, the differences are just as important as the similarities, and that's where those bonds are formed.
It's also important to recognize that there are differences, storytelling differences. You know, you see Japanese live action movies, Japanese anime. You know, it's not the way an American producer or filmmaker might make the same film, right? Am I right? And also that the some cultures, and again, I'm forgetting if it's Japanese, but in some cultures, death isn't a bad thing. You know, it might even be the heroic thing. You know, so I mean, there's differences, cultural differences.
Well, I actually had a really interesting conversation earlier with a young lady during the break, where we were taught, and she asked me one of the things that I like about anime, and I said that it was not that it doesn't necessarily follow a Western archetypal theme. And so they just like, screw catharsis sometimes. And I think that one of the reasons why that makes it appealing to me is because you don't necessarily know that everybody is safe and warm and happy and loved at the end. And it gives you the opportunity to think about what could have happened to them, to think about all of the different all of the different scenarios that could have occurred. And I think that that's another reason why we become more attached to these people, is because we don't know necessarily what happened to them or that they're safe and happy. So it compels us to go back and rewatch the story again and again and be like, okay, so I didn't notice this last time, so does that mean that this happened? But in the end, you still don't know.
Perhaps a constructive counterexample would be to look at why Disney's so popular in Japan. Because, Disney World, Disney culture, Disney films, very popular. I'm not saying that it's more popular than anime. I mean, there's different sets of fandoms. And one thing about anime, too, it draws together different kinds of fans. But, a student of mine classified Disney films really well as Princess, 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 Lion. But that's something we joke about, the lack of we expect that the bad guy will die and the good guy will win, or things like that. And there are Japanese cultural forms that do celebrate that, like kabuki. Good always triumphs over evil, for example. And there are forms that don't have the character complexity of anime.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's really interesting, too. I mean, we've been talking throughout the day, it seems to me, about what animation can do that live action can't. And I do think there's something, and again, this is an idea from Scott McCloud, but others talk about it too, and how comics work, and that the more abstract the image is, the easier it is for us to see ourselves in that. And so the more detailed, which is like a live action actual person, then we tend to see that as an actual person, somebody else, not us. And so, we always get asked, I'm sure everybody in the panel's been asked, why our anime characters look so Western? What's up with that? And I remember asking my Japanese friends, I said, I'm always asked this, what should I say? And And they said, Ian, what are you talking about? They're speaking Japanese. They're obviously Japanese. And so, they don't see them as so Western necessarily. I mean, there's other things probably going on there. But it was kind of interesting. It was one of those interesting moments. I was like, wow, so Comic Cloud's right. And here's proof of it in a funny way. So I think there's that. Some of the formal features are going on as well. In terms of different storytelling too, what I think is interesting, and I don't know how far it goes. And it's not true for all anime, but that it's much more character based. That I think that's the old Hollywood adage. What makes a successful film? 3 things: story, story, story. Right? But when they're designing anime, and I got to see this a little bit in the studios, it starts with the characters and the world. I remember I went to an early meeting where they were describing Code Geass, and I heard the story for a whole hour, and they were describing the world and the characters, and I left, and I said to my Japanese friend who brought me there, I said, I have no idea what this is about. It doesn't make any sense to me. All they talked about was the characters in the world. And my Japanese friend was like, duh. They haven't, that's how they do it, and they haven't worked out the story yet. That's why you don't know what the story is. And it really forced me to see that it's not only a different kind of storytelling, but it's even a sort of different approach to how important the story is. And maybe it's not about the beginning and the end so much as about whether these characters have some kind of meaning. Do you want to add to that?
Just briefly, one of the things that I used to run into in creative writing classes and things like that is that I am a beeline writer, for American media. Like, I'm writing the character development and, the relationship between the parent and the child or whatever. And they're like, well, what's the story? I'm like, I have no idea what the A-line is. To me, the A-line is only a crutch to push the B-line forward, because the B-line is what life is. You know what I mean? And I think that's one of the things that appeals to something like anime, is that kind of shared understanding.
My name is Craig Delaney. I just do copying and printing and everything. In many of I'm not posing a question and everything, but observation that I've had for all the years that I've been in anime, more or less was it the dichotomy between the Japanese film industry and the American film industry. Much like we've seen many of the movies, American film industry produces the most fantastic live action shows that have gone international around the world. Whereas Japanese do the same thing with anime. And yet still, when you sit there and look at it, we can't produce any of the stories in animation that the Japanese do. They can't produce any of the live action in the same way. You watch any of the live action stuff, and you still end up like you're watching Best of the Soap Opera or something. It's really moving. The characters are alive, but the way that the individuals and characters pull things through, they can't do it the way that we do with live action. Much of the stuff I've observed from, was it like Miku and different sort of stuff. When you sit there and actually look at the artists for music, very rarely do the artists behind it ever present themselves to the front. There's many of them that are very famous and everything, but when you see them on stage, they're hooded. They don't show their face. They stay hidden and different sort of stuff. The singers are very shy and retired and try and stay back. The music, and they come through Miku very much so. Whenever you watch the shows, especially the things on Miku, the presentation of the holographic, the actual creators of the music stand back. It's very hard to get them to actually show themselves. Whereas in America, totally reverse. If you don't see the music singer, you don't hardly actually get to see the song itself. So it's a presentation to that concept of, will it ever change in their society to where we actually produce stuff in the same way? I don't think so. Because we are about the face, presentation, the image. Whereas the Japanese society, as my observation's always been, are about what is the content of the story. I love a specific show called Vandred. It was a show but it was always emphasizing one thing that made me kind of stand back. I have to prove my person, myself, and you're listening to the characters, and prove yourself. Stand up, do whatever, I mean, okay, drive the big, mech and everything, but when you sit there and look at the show and hear how he's portraying himself, proving his self-worth, none of that ever shows up in American anime or American movies. The character is presented there, even in Robotech and everything, or in, Transformers. The main character never questions himself. Maybe how in the world he can help the robots win. Maybe, if he, will get killed in the operation, but he never questions his place in existence that the Japanese often do. Just my observations.
Hi, my name is Remy. I'm 16 and I run my school's anime club. And I kind of have a comment and a question. And I'm commenting on something way before about the breastfeeding. And so one of my favorite movies is Tokyo Godfathers. And I love that movie and I want to show it to people. So I wanted to bring it into club one day. But I couldn't because of that one scene. And it's just so frustrating because all you want to do is just like show people this really good movie, and that's like such a minuscule part of the entire movie. That's so much more, and I can't do that because my school doesn't understand that, and it's really annoying and frustrating, that aspect of kind of censoring. But then also my question for you guys is that we're talking about anime, and I know that this is asking the question about why is anime so popular. But then also about like manga in America, and where do you see manga going? Because it feels like every time I go to my local bookstore, there's less and less manga on the shelves.
Yeah.
And it kind of worries me, but I was interested in that as well.
Well, here, let me answer. Okay, here, let's deal with manga first. Why are you seeing the shrinking manga sales? This is not just manga. American comic books have been in steep decline for years, which seems sort of odd because all these comic book movies are making a ton of money. But the comic books are in steep decline. I think what's going to happen is, with the rise of the tablet devices, you're going to start seeing, it's going to take a couple more years, but you're going to start seeing manga and comics migrate to those platforms. And they'll get back down to a price point where people could buy it. It used to be, not that long ago, comics cost less than $1. Now you're looking at $4.50, $6 for less than 22 pages of artwork. And that's why you're seeing the less. When Borders went out of business, that really hurt the manga industry severely here, particularly in North America. And another thing too, when I was your age, God, I feel so old. A million years ago, back in the Stone Age, before there was an internet, I did the same thing too. I tried to show anime at my school, and I ran into the same type of resistance, shall we say, from teachers and whatnot. You just have to keep going, keep trying to find people who agree with you. Don't focus on the no's, focus on the yes. I've been there. I know it's tough, but just find that one person who says yes, and focus on that, and then just sort of forget the people who said no.
Can I make two quick comments about the Japanese industry side, and maybe Ian can help me with this a bit. But anime and manga are one of two of many Japanese media that, let me put that differently. Two of very few Japanese media, if not the only Japanese media that knows it has a global export, global market. Some of the most popular media within Japan, like television dramas, the film industry, which is flourishing in Japan, are not marketing as intensely abroad because they know they have a strong enough domestic market. Whereas anime and manga sort of grew up with an eye toward globalization in ways different than other media. That's why we see more of it, perhaps, and see more of diversity, too. And I forget my second comment. Oh, about digital publishing. Japan sort of lags behind because there's still an idea in Japan that magazines, newspapers are the first venues for example, for literature and manga. That a manga series will appear first in one of these big, thick, weekly or monthly manga anthology magazines. Then if the manga is popular enough, it will be published into a more enduring media of a book. But it has to go through that initial stage. Japanese prizes, for example, are given to works first published in magazines, not as books. And I think that's slow to change. Magazines are very slow to go digital in Japan. Instead, they're offering prizes, tucking in goods, or finding a way to maintain paper sales.
Yeah, I just want a quick comment on the the question of how do you get things in high schools, and there is that kind of censorship going on. I don't. There's not an easy answer. I think focusing on the yeses is very good. That often, always, I think, in any organization, there's going to be diversity of opinion, and if you can find allies, that things can shift in ways that you might not expect. It also seems to me that I was thinking of maybe, I don't know how parallel an example it is, but some of you may have heard of the It Gets Better project, which is sort of started by Dan Savage, who's a columnist, and his partner, another man, and they were reacting to all of the teen suicides, especially gay teen, LGBTQ teen suicides, and what a tragedy it is, and wanting to go to high schools and to say, this was their message basically, that yeah, high school sucks, and that it's a really hard time if you don't fit in. But that, and I think it is true that as you become more adult and there's more space in college, and then beyond that there's even more space, and they just wanted to get that message that, it gets better. Try to hold on, try to hold on, it gets better. But they realized that, in fact, there was no way for them to get into schools, that they would be fighting school boards, they'd be fighting nonstop, and they would actually never be able to get into schools to do anything, so they went to YouTube and started collecting videos, and started small, and it just exploded, and everybody, it's like the Harlem Shake, everybody need their own It Gets Better video, which is a great thing, maybe better than the Harlem Shake in that way. And it struck me that what a great strategy in a way, that if you're hitting a brick wall, maybe you drive around it, and say, maybe I can't move the brick wall, maybe I can't show Tokyo Godfathers in the school, but I could organize a discussion session of Tokyo Godfathers, and people have to watch it on their own somehow, and that would be a way to do a little of both. And so it strikes me that when you face those kinds of hurdles, one way is to get really mad about the hurdle itself. The other way, which is fair, and it doesn't hurt to fight those hurdles as much as you can, but to work on an end-around strategy in a way too, that you can see in other forums. And I don't know, I think there's some criticism of the It Gets Better project, but I think it's pretty amazing in a lot of ways too.
If I could add something to what Ian just said, he just mentioned something like you have to sort of tell people to watch Tokyo Godfathers. When you say something is banned, exactly. It was one of those things where if there's controversy to something, people will want to watch it even more than would be if you were able to show it and maybe 5 people showed up. But if it's like, if I say, hey, I can't show you Tokyo Godfathers because the school board won't let me. But I'll have a discussion. If you you can watch it. Here's how you watch it. Come here at 8 o'clock, and we can all talk about it and talk about the school board and why they won't let us show it. People will be like, "Whoa!" I can and you're not doing anything wrong. And once again, you are getting around it, and that's a key thing as well. Sometimes. Using red letter media's critique of the Star Wars movies, the prequels, they sometimes say restrictions sometimes create better art, and restrictions can sometimes help you get things going, get things out more, get things out stronger than it would if you had none restrictions. Robotech, a lot of people complain about the edits that were made, but in many ways those edits helped it in many ways. Roy Foker's, spoiler alert, Roy Foker still died. The image I showed was not shown on American television because NBC, we used the NBC standards and practices because we had to air it in New York City on the NBC affiliate. They said you cannot show any blood or any bullet wounds. But we still killed Roy Foker. And it was very graphic. Kids were crying all over America. People come up to Tony Oliver, who plays Rick Hunter, and said, I cried when Roy died and didn't watch the next 3 episodes, which of course if they watch the next episode, another character dies too. No one's safe in Robotech, folks. And that's the thing though, those restrictions and that controversy made people want to watch it even more. And so that's a good way to help bring people in, even if you can't show it in school.
Yeah, you'll start a movement, It's like April is banned anime month,
So, and speaking of censorship as well, the CBLDF, the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund, has gotten way more involved with the anime and manga community. So, you guys are ever in a situation where you feel that your civil rights are being violated when it comes to anime or manga, you can always call the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund. I think we've got, there's kind of a little bit of a line that's been formed, so she was next, so just make sure that you nod heads amongst yourselves. Yeah, you were next. I was just saying, because you make sure that you kind of nod heads amongst yourselves. Because I know that I've seen that a couple of people have made an end run, so I just want to make sure.
Why don't you make it physical?
Physical line. Let's go old school. Let's make a physical line. Yes.
Wow.
There we go.
Let's take a photo of this. We got this.
There we go.
Wow.
Excellent.
My name is Caroline Hoffman. I'm a double major in psychology and Japanese at the University of Colorado at Boulder. And initially I was going to ask about why we haven't seen manga in bookstores as well, but in relation to that, I have a different question. Most anime series that we see that are based on manga, they don't end at the point where the manga ends because the manga is still ongoing, and I understand there's not much that you can do for an anime because of that, but I guess what I'm trying to ask is, are we going to see something like we saw with Hellsing, where it ended initially with 13 episodes, but then we saw an OVA series that actually followed it completely, and now we see a trailer for Drifters, which is another one of Kota Hirono's work, that's going to be coming out later on this year, maybe.
It's completely at the discretion of the production houses in Japan. Unfortunately, we sent 1,000 paper cranes for more Fruits Basket. I'm not even kidding. We folded 1,000 paper cranes and shipped them to Japan. I know how much it costs to ship 1,000 paper cranes to Japan. We can scream and beg, but it unfortunately, for example, actually at Otakon. The creator of Italia came to Otakon, saw how unbelievably popular the series was in America after he said, nope, no more. And then he just went, maybe I was lying. So sometimes the American audience really can influence them in that way. But unfortunately, we can go and it's just like, are you sure you don't want to make a sequel to Ouran High School Host Club? We'd really like you to make a sequel to Ouran High School Host Club. But unfortunately, that's something that we say. A lot of people ask about Dead Man Wonderland as well. So, but that's unfortunately, it's a situation that, God Almighty, I wish we had control over it. But unfortunately, we are at the mercy of their whims.
Yeah. Can I add something to that too?
Everyone can.
Yeah, it's having dealt this within Hollywood, it comes right down to money. There can be lots of fans, but if the production company or committee in Japan doesn't feel they're able to make money on it. Because remember, making an anime series, you're now looking at a $20 to $25 million investment. I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, so whoever wants to make that investment wants a return on that investment. So even if there's fans, they're going to look at, they really crunch these numbers now. And they're going to say, okay, how much will a distributor in the US and Australia and in Europe and in Asia and in Africa will put up to do that? And sometimes they'll come back with numbers, they'll just say the numbers aren't there. Because that's how you get your money to help fund the production. Believe me, it's very cruel. I understand your frustration. Believe me, I share it. But it's like, that's the way a lot of times it is. It's awful, but that's the way it is. Now be flamed with the internet.
And we're done raining on your parade now, sorry.
Just wanted to know what you guys thought on it.
My name is Ali. I'm one of the executive board directors for KomoriCon, anime convention in Oregon. My question kind of comes from the idea of new media and also fandoms. I'm a part of new media. I do YouTube. I'm also pretty heavily into Tumblr. I love that kind of stuff. And this is probably something that you're going to be pretty familiar with. I'm very interested in the way that fan bases just kind of come up out of nowhere. And I know that probably affects a little bit of how you decide what to bring to the US, but I'm wondering how you balance that, because I'm picturing right now the Kyoto Animation clip, if anyone's seen it, of the swimming anime, already has pairings and shipping and character ideas, and people are already going crazy over about a minute of footage
Yeah,
of
you
something.
grate cheese on those abs.
Yeah. Anyway, that what? You're still a fan. I'm wondering that there's got to be. I know there isn't a formula, but there's got to be something. We decide it's popular as fans, and we decide we like it and we want it. How do you filter that into? Is it actually going to make money? And where does that line get drawn?
The line gets drawn. This is a good question. I'm glad you asked. It ties into what I just mentioned. The line gets drawn. Let's just take an anime, for example. If a company wants to acquire, if acquires it, if Harmony Gold were to acquire it, we go out to distributors and we say, okay, how much money would you get for this? Example, we right now have Robotic Love Live Alive. It's completed. We're right now sending it out to distributors right now. And distributors will come back to us and say, I'm willing to pay, sight unseen, X amount of money. And if we show them a little clip, they might say, well, I'll up it 50%. Or they may say, I'll lower it 20%, hopefully. Usually up it, which is good. But the point is, though, is that people will say, I'm willing to put up this amount of money. It's almost like a book advance. We're hoping we will sell enough to recoup this amount of money for this market. But sometimes, though, it's like they'll look at it and say, well, we haven't seen the show yet. I don't know. All we've seen is a minute. How do we know if the show is going to have that a wide enough appeal? Because remember, that people have said before, it's a lot of money to make an anime series now. And so the studios are going to want to return on their investment as well. So if I come back to them and say, well, we'll only give you $5K for it, yeah, you can see where this is going already. I'd be like, well, no, I don't want it. But I'll say, I'll give you $5 million for it. Oh, okay, great. Let's put it in production right now, because there's what's called a foreign pre-sale involved in it as well. So it's, as you can see, and a lot of times it's people, and Jerry's talked about this before too in his presentation, where it's people where they're going to look at past shows or their experience. If they had a bad experience with anime, they'll be like, I'm not sure. If they had a great experience with anime, you know what? That other show we did, that Italian thing we did was awesome. It made us a ton of money. Let's do it. This is the next Italia. Let's go. And they'll speculate. It's almost like it's speculation in many instances.
Well, and in that exact example that you used, one of the things that we've found is that pretty boys are profitable. It's one of those situations where, on top of that, we are also both lucky in our sense and kind of damningly annoying in your sense, in the fact that we are able to see how it performs in Japan. And in some cases, some companies don't want to come to a negotiating table until after it's come out in Japan, or until even after the DVD release has happened in Japan, for the rights on something like that. So that gives us an opportunity to eyeball it for a while, eyeball its reaction, and see how many YouTube views that particular clip gets in the US, and then they release something else, and you've got all the girls going over it. And so we know it's just like, all right, the 15-year-olds that bought Italia are now the 17-year-olds that are going to want to buy this. So it's, that's one of the ways. And just like I said with Kami-sama Kiss, we knew that it was going to be a good show. We were really excited about bringing it out. And then 3 episodes in, it went and just exploded. So we have the opportunity to gauge stuff like that so that we can, once again, license more efficiently.
So this is going to be relevant to probably most of the people in this room. Oh, sorry. Yes, my name is Laura Gallo. I am on the Executive Advisory Board for Anime Boston. I'm also their social media coordinator. So my question is, as anime has spread and grown in North America, how do you all feel the rise of the convention culture around it has influenced and shaped it over the past 30 years?
Everybody's looking at me, okay. I talk a lot, and I'm trying not to be false, but I think that the convention culture, as I mentioned before, the fact that like when I started going to anime conventions, I went for the viewing rooms. I went because that was the only opportunity I had to see something new without having to make the investment of paying for it, and that was one of the things that helped to between 2 and 4 cons that I got to go to a year were what guided all of my purchasing decisions when I got the new Right Stuff catalog. Yes, there used to be a catalog, that was one of the things that helped to steer what my purchasing decisions were. On top of the fact that I love to see the cosplay, and I know, and I also just once again enjoyed the camaraderie, enjoyed the crazy weekend that all of us know and love so well. And I feel that convention culture, it's morphed significantly. Like you said, in about the last 30 years, where you were talking about smaller conventions. I mean, for goodness sakes, when Otakon originally started, it was in Pennsylvania, wasn't it?
Yes.
So, you're talking about cons that have managed to maintain their reputation and have managed to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. And I think that one of the things that has made them so important now is the fact that even the introverts are looking for a place to fit in this culture. And I think that's one of the reasons why conventions have become so important, because there are so many people that immerse themselves into the world of anime, but you still need interaction sometimes, and to be able to go and interact with people that are just like, this show is the coolest thing ever, you like this show, you are the coolest thing ever, let's be pals, and we're going to be besties for the entire weekend of the con. And you see those kind of friendships form. So I think that convention culture, is one of the things that has helped us to grow so much, because especially when you've got, if your older brother, older sister is into anime and they go to a con and they talk about how unbelievably rad it is, and then when you're old enough that your parents will let you go with your brother or sister, then you go there and you meet all these other friends, and then you come back with all these other shows that you want to tell all of your friends at school about. And it's like the best grassroots marketing campaign ever. So it's, that is free publicity for us. Conventions, I think, are partially responsible for the success and the popularity of anime in America. Because you walk into a hotel that a convention is going on in, and everybody is like, my mom and my stepdad actually accidentally went to Baltimore the weekend of Otakon. And my mom called me and said, is one of your things here? It was before I started working at Funimation. And the thing is that I ran into a couple at Otakon last year that come to Baltimore the weekend of Otakon every year. They've never bought passes. They just like to watch the crowds. But you know what? If one person walking by with spiky hair and a big sword is going to make somebody go, now what is that all about? And then maybe they decide, you know what? I'm going to go online and watch an episode of that. And it just moves from there. Or it's like, that looks like something my son likes. I wonder if he watches that show. It opens a dialogue. And that's just, I think, something that's so important, and so important to the health and the continuation of the anime culture within the U.S.
Yeah. If I can add to what Sarah just said, the important thing is that this is a vital organ. Conventions are a vital organ for the North American anime industry. I don't feel that the North American anime industry can market as well without the conventions. If we didn't have the conventions, I think the industry would be much, much different and much smaller than it is today. I do a tremendous amount of business at conventions. Every time we do a convention stop, our sales go up. I mean, it's very, very important. The health of anime conventions has to be a top priority for not just the conventions themselves, but also for the fandom as well. Because, as Sarah mentioned, is that it's a very social aspect. There's a business aspect as well, as I said, free publicity. One thing I noticed is that we have our younger anime generation is very much online. They're immersed being online. But the thing is that when you're online, you can talk with a person via Facebook. You can post a photo of your cosplay on Facebook. But there's one thing, though, you lack. You lack that immediate human interaction, which you get at the convention. Because there, people can talk to you. You can ask us questions. You can get a photo of us. You can meet that person online in person. That's something you can't do anywhere else. And the conventions are doing that, and that's what makes them so unique.
Yeah, I'd also just say very quickly that it feels like there's an opening because the conventions are so visible and often certainly Anime Boston right in the middle of town, and so a lot of people see them who don't see cosplay folks who don't know what cosplay is. There seems to be this real opening too for expanding into the mainstream because people want to say, well, on the one hand, say, what's with these kids dressing up? But I think for those of us who are also doing commentary and trying to reach out to these non-anime fans as well, to say, look, it's not just they're dressing up as characters, they're at the vanguard of new media and culture that's happening globally today. And I'd really like to try to spread that message, that it's not just, mostly it's an internal thing, but it also could have that proselytizing power.
Well, and it's also the whole thing is the people that are just like, why are these kids dressing up? And I was just like, dude, you are the one with the picture of you dressed as Superman on Halloween on Facebook. So, you know what? It's Otaku Halloween. Get over it. So, yeah.
Testing. Hi, folks. I'm Jason from Otaku USA Magazine, and I guess first kind of a follow-up to some of the comments earlier about America influencing Japan and vice versa, something that my colleagues and I have been following with, I guess, morbid curiosity. So I don't know if everyone knows this, but My Little Pony has been picked up for Japanese distribution by Bushiroad, I believe. And I just keep seeing these tweets from Japanese media websites about how they've announced the voice actresses for each pony, and they're all like really, really big voice actresses from Moe shows. So it's like they've pegged this show as the American Moe show, perhaps correctly. How else do you categorize bronies at this point? I don't know. But that kind of thing, it's happening now, folks, I guess is the point. And the other thing is, this is a discussion that my colleagues and I have had a lot of over the past 5 years, I want to say, over the course of this kind of transition to streaming and whatnot. But, when so many of the stories from both our guest speakers and just everyone in the room probably, be it, Astro Boy, The Eighth Man, Robotech, Star Blazers, Dragon Ball Z. Speaking personally, when I was growing up, I was coming home at 4:30 and watching Dragon Ball Z on TV. Now that kind of experience doesn't really exist anymore. If you wanted to watch One Piece now, my understanding is you'd have to stay up very late on Saturday to catch it on Toonami, which is now, when I was growing up, Toonami was how I watched Robotech. I caught that, on the afternoons on Cartoon Network. Now, it's a late night thing. It's part of Adult Swim. Is the dream of, anime as a thing that is mainstream and on TV at the time exactly when kids come home from school, is that dream dead, or has it just shifted and transformed and spread throughout?
One quick comment, when the My Little Pony thing happened, a friend of mine posted the link on Facebook and said, reverse osmosis, bitches. So sorry, I just had to share that because I laughed for a good 15 minutes.
That's exactly what it is. To take that comment to a new level, though, Powerpuff Girls went into Japan, and here we have the same duo. So maybe there's something with the Faust aesthetic here going on. Yeah, we have Powerpuffs and Powerpuff Z. Now we have My Little Pony and My Little Pony Z, I guess. But maybe there is something about the Moe aesthetics of that particular form of animation, too. That's what I've been wondering, and I've been wondering about that cultural flow, too, with Ninja Turtles.
To answer your question about anime and is that dream of anime on television, broadcast television, dead? For right now, the answer is yes. But here's why, though. It's the way television itself has changed. We used to be at the mercy of program directors, whether it be on the over-air broadcast station or on a cable network. If you wanted to watch, say, Dragon Ball Z, it was up to the program director when he, it usually was he, wanted to program it at what time. Now, we can watch Dragon Ball Z or Robotech or My Little Pony whenever we want on YouTube, Netflix, or Hulu.
And they know that.
And they know that now. So, in many ways, it's actually better than it was back then. Because back then, the program director could have been simply another show could come along and say, well, if Dragon Ball Z pulls you 15% of that market, I have a show that will pull you 30% of that market, and I'll give you 5% of any toy sales in your market. program director says, absolutely, boom, Dragon Ball Z's off, the new show's on. Whereas now, you can now watch, right now, if you want to, you can watch Dragon Ball Z or Robotech or any other show, or many other anime shows right now at your schedule, not somebody else's. So it's just a fundamental change. And it's affecting the way the broadcast networks and the cable networks are doing. The cable networks are suffering. How many of you have cut your cord for cable? See? Exactly. Why? Because you were paying for channels you weren't watching. You were paying $70 a month for channels. You may watch 5 channels, but you're getting all these because these tiered programming. Why? Because the major conglomerates bundle their packages. Now because of Netflix, Hulu, and YouTube, people are saying, I don't need this anymore. So I'll cut the cord and I'll do that. And it's hurting the cable networks because they make their money off what's called sub fees. They get like 5 cents for every viewer. So as the numbers go down, it's destroying the cable networks, and we're seeing a fundamental change in the way we are consuming media as well.
Yes, yeah.
Hi, my name is Mike. I'm the senior editor of Anime Diet. I come from the scene that sometimes I like to call the anti-blogotosphere. It's like all the English-speaking anime blogs and Twitter people. And I was in Akihabara last week, actually, and it was a blast. It was a total blast. But one thing I just couldn't help but observe is that, at least from my perception, the kind of anime that's being heavily pushed in kind of its native market, kind of in its mecca, as you were, would be shows like Otora-san, Oreshura, or a lot of the kind of the more moe-oriented shows. They don't get nearly the same kind of buzz over here when I go to the conventions. There's been a few exceptions. Keion, Madoka Magica, perhaps, if you want to put it in that category. But I couldn't help but notice that there is a pretty big difference in what appeals, it seems, to Western or American fandom than it does to Asian fandom. And I'm actually kind of in this weird position in that English blogs, or English-speaking blogs, seem closer tied to Asian fandom, at least in what gets talked about on the blogs and on Twitter, than necessarily what I see. And I judge popularity based on costumes at comments. So for a while there were a lot of Evangelion costumes, a lot of Alchemist costumes. It seems that Naruto and Bleach ones will never go away. And that's the thing. I see very few things about One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach when I go to Gamers Akihabara or Animate or any of the big stores in Akihabara. That's not what that segment of fandom is doing. Have you noticed any patterns over the years of what seems to appeal to American fandom more versus perhaps what's going on in Japanese fandom or maybe kind of its associated offshoots?
I mean, one thing I would say is that in Japan, I think a lot of some of the emphasis on moe type anime comes from the sense, and again, I don't know whether it's right or not, but the people at the top, assuming that the hardcore collector types who will pay $80 now for 2 episodes of an anime are the ones who gravitate towards that kind of material. And so, and I've had the debate with them, if you sold it much cheaper, you get a much wider audience, maybe it would balance out and you could have a different kind of market. But it's difficult, it's risky. It is very risky, and I'm not sitting in their shoes, so it's hard to say. But certainly the Akihabara grouping and sort of marketing zone would not, One Piece is so everywhere that there's no distinction to it in a way. So I think that's part of the issue. Whereas here, it's big, but it's still not so widely known. So that's part of what's going on. That's how they imagine the DVD market. It'd be nice if there were an alternative test to say, actually, there's other kinds of markets. Well, and I think most of this Wolf Children film was a kind of nice example where it almost reached the Miyazaki level. It was a slightly different style, but also not in the moe thing. It demonstrates that it's like everybody likes to be second, right? That now it's been proven, so hopefully we can see other kinds of experiments in that vein.
And some of the most popular anime in Japan are still on television, like Doraemon, for example. It's been on television since 1979.
Right.
But it's marketed, you wouldn't see Doraemon goods necessarily in Akihabara. It wouldn't be a dominant marketing place.
Right.
Where you see Hello Kitty shops other places. So it's interesting, the spatial marketing of anime in Japan is a fascinating thing. And I'm going to take this opportunity to add one more thing to Jason's question, to getting back, not to leave Mike's question totally, but you've heard that Madhouse is now doing American Peanuts.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
They got the rights to that. Well,
Yeah.
they also did the Marvel stuff, too.
Yeah, which I think is really cool. Yeah.
They handled Mass Effect as well, right?
Yeah.
No, that was Production IG.
Okay.
So, and also speaking from a licensor company standpoint, some moe shows have themes within them that can be a bit of a sticky wicket. To put it bluntly, and so that's one of the reasons why sometimes they won't be considered as heavily. Like it was not a moe show, but we had a title that we released last year called "Dance in the Vampire Boom."
Oh yeah. There are scenes in it that are kind of like, I know she's like 1,200 years old, but come on. And there are periodically situations like that in moe shows that makes I know that makes certain companies kind of shy away from them just a little bit. Yeah, that I can definitely get.
So, thank you.
Thanks for inviting me. My name is Ollie. I run J-Rock Revolution. We're a Japanese music promotion website. So the whole anime, popular in America, kind of has an interest with me. Mine is sort of comment to end question. In the past, in my experience, when I was going to high school and whatnot, it's been my experience that association between anime and like the general student body was that it wasn't just that cartoons were just for kids. It was that you had to be a geek or a nerd or some type of social outcast to actually get into anime and have that as an interest. Whereas now, and you actually see that in movies, the little nerd in the background with his little anime, whatever toys that people kind of get to rag on. Whereas nowadays, you kind of see more people, professionals, admitting that yes, I'm an anime fan. So it's kind of breaking those kind of social barriers, I think. So in your experience, being that you're on the industry side of that, do you see that on the industry side of it, not just the fan side?
Oh yeah, Bubby Lewis, who's the bassist for Snoop Dogg, is a huge anime fan. Anytime he's on TV with Snoop or Lupe Fiasco, he's wearing a Funimation shirt. I'm not even kidding. You can go back to the Fun online. He's a huge Funimation fan. It's the same example. Like for one of the other things that's not anime related, but Vin Diesel is a D&D nerd. He loves Dungeons and Dragons. He is completely unashamed about it. But there are a lot of there's a lot of people that are really coming out in their fandom. When we did the premiere last year of Full Metal Alchemist: Sacred Star of Milos in Hollywood, Soulja Boy showed up because he's an anime fan. He mentions Goku in one of his songs. So more and more we are starting to see that breakdown of barriers. I had a famous person who shall remain nameless at South by Southwest that came by the booth. Massive fairy tale fan. And we've had lots of people. We actually have a new show on Funimation. I'm sorry, shameless plug. We have a new thing on Funimation that we're doing right now called the Funimation Show. The second episode just went up yesterday, where we have an interview that's called Friends of Funimation, where we interview someone from kind of a little bit more outside of your typical fandom for anime about why they like the genre, what they're interested in, and that kind of thing. So yeah, we're definitely on the industry side of things. We're seeing, I also just going to conventions, I can't tell you, more and more and more, when I was going to cons as an attendee or when I was staffing them, I didn't hear as many people saying as they're saying to me now, this is my first convention. More people are coming to see what it's all about, and it's as I said earlier today, people are owning their freak. They're allowing themselves to like what they like. There's no reason not to be passionate about something that totally lights your fire. So I think that level of acceptance that we're seeing more and more in society is really, really bringing this more into the mainstream.
Hi, my name is Jamie Judson. I am head of the video department, co-head of the video department at Non-DESCON, and I'm also a student of fine arts. And that's kind of what I want to talk about, is the art of anime specifically. Like, we can look at anime, we can say that is anime, that isn't anime, because it is this specific style, and I'm wondering if there is something about that specific art style that Dr. Ian Condrey mentioned, the ability to place yourself on that face, but there's more to it than just these faces, and I'm wondering if any of you know anything about why this art style in particular has grasped all of us.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and I don't know if it's not a direct answer to that, but one of the things that struck me and came up a lot when I was doing my research is that a lot of Japanese producers were making a distinction between the sort of Pixar, they call 3D computer graphics. It's not with the glasses 3D, but it looks a little 3D-ish, and versus the drawn cell type, but even though there's not cells used. And the producers in Japan I spoke to were really committed to the idea that hand-drawn character movements bring out the soul better, right? It's a living. And they'd use this word tamashi to say it sort of has, which is soul in Japanese. And it would have a soul that was just not as easy to do. And they often felt was lacking sometimes in the computerized emphasized and computer emphasis stuff. It's all computerized now, frankly, but still the characters were drawn themselves. And so I guess what was interesting was that there was a real commitment to that artistic style that did not seem to be disappearing from, at least the studios I spoke to. There's a range of approaches. But I think you're onto something, that there's really, there's more to the art and more to the ways that can be studied and looked at. That, now there's a few more books about anime out in the scholarly world, but there's still a huge range of things that still need to be explored. And I think, histories of art and connections to art and what is anime art are really fascinating and important questions.
Yeah, because we can talk about, we've been talking about how these depth of stories appeal to us and how, the different kinds of characters, the introduction of different culture, but none of this would be anything without the visuals. Yeah. And we wouldn't collect items if we didn't want to look at them every day. So I think, there's a lot I wonder about.
Yeah, and I would say follow your instincts.
This particular style.
I'd say follow your instincts, and odds are you may be better positioned than a lot of us even up here to judge and say something interesting about what's going on. So, yeah, go for it.
Thank you.
I'm George Robert, been staff at non-discount for its entirety and now on the board of advisors there. But Jamie took what I was going to say about the art style and the sheer beauty of anime, so that's one of it. And it sounds like from the rest of this, it's come down to we have wonderful stories that bring us all together that are not speaking down to us. They're whatever age we are, they'll speak to us. I wish I could remember the quote, but it was, "You never learn from reading at your own level. Always go on." And the anime producers come at us and treat us, no matter whether it's Doraemon or whether it's the latest thing, for whatever. I'm never insulted by it, but I've sort of lost my question. But yes, that makes it quieter and quicker to end. So thank you much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A Robotech calendar.
Okay, we have a question here from Twitter.
Wow.
Yes, we deal with
We live in
technology.
the future.
Yes, question from the future from Twitter. What does the panel think anime's role has been in Japanese-American relationships, both positive and negative?
Excellent question.
I think that some anime fans assume that everyone in Japan likes anime. And it's I've seen situations before where there's a Japanese person that's around and somebody goes, "Oh, I know all about your culture. I love anime, blah, blah, blah." And they're just kind of like, so that's definitely something that I've noticed.
But on the positive side, look how immediate and passionately the anime community rose up to deal with tsunami and earthquake relief. The One Piece podcast guys ran that 24-hour fundraising podcast, and charity auctions, which you're well familiar with, and conventions all over the place. It shows that immediate willingness for the anime community to give back to their own communities and to the Japanese community.
Yeah, you are a kind and generous people. An unbelievably kind and generous people. In less than a week. I mean, I literally saw people giving until they hurt.
Yes,
during that
they
process.
did.
And so, and because, well, we have embraced anime culture, we have embraced Japan. And I think that that's a really, really important aspect of this. So.
Yeah, and one of the things, I think some of the soft power ideas are a little bit too simplistic, I think. I don't think it's enough to say there's this imagery, and I'm a little skeptical of the Doraemon ambassador idea. And the
He's a
little
robot cat.
ambassadors, that's even more problematic, I think. But you know, on the other hand, to be honest, I think soft power is maybe a little silly, but it's better than drone missile attacks, you know, in terms of spreading our love of humanity. So there's that side of it. But the other thing that I think is there's still a lot of openings, right, and ways to take more advantage of this. And this is where, you know, one of the things I've been suggesting to some folks in Japan, and I want to raise it again here, is that there's the JET program. Some of you may know of this Japan Exchange and Teaching Program run by the Ministry of Education in Japan, sending over thousands of English speakers to be embedded in small communities, usually to teach, be an assistant English teacher, basically. And I did it back in 1988 to 89. And it's been remarkable to see what kind of become sleeper cells, you know, that are sprinkled around. And it's amazing how many people, some are in academia, but a lot aren't. But still, everyone has experienced, everybody's been on that program and lived in a small town in Japan, knows that there's no such thing as the regular Japanese person, that there's such diversity of Japanese people and such styles, and so that when people start saying really dumb things about how the Japanese are this or the Japanese are that, immediately we all say, well, that's kind of stupid, actually. We know that's not true. But it seems to me that there's been a lot of talk in animation and the video game industry of Japan of how to have deeper connections to the U.S., right? They like the idea, but they don't really know how best to get involved. And I would really suggest having some kind of JET program for video game producers and anime people and manga people. I mean, you'd have them, you guys be lining up to do it. And then it would be the kind of thing that seems to me like the JET program. It would take years and years to see the payoff from it. But what you have is some number of people who now have some friends in these industries in Japan. Most of them would come back to the U.S. and work in the industry as well. And then you're talking 10, 15 years down the road, they're going to be in these higher positions, and this network will be more in place. And I think it would be exciting for a lot of us in the U.S. to have that opportunity in Japan, and I think it could have a huge impact down the road. In terms of thinking about, not only business, but the social connections that make a media movement go global. So that's one thing I'd throw out there.
I just really quickly, and Ian said that so well. Japan is an excellent case study in how popular culture really shapes national images, for good and for mainly for good. I mean, I have this optimism that pop culture can soothe relationships as long as we acknowledge the gaps too. But this is not something that's new. It's been going on for a long time. But Japan makes us think about this in certain ways.
To expand on that, think 30 years ago, in 1983, there was out and out Japan bashing here in this country because of the economic problems with Detroit, because of imported electronics coming in, and there was, go back and look at the press clippings of the time. They're talking about how Japan would take over America, and American sovereignty would somehow evaporate. Which look at it now. I thought it was ludicrous then, but today you look at it, it's almost paranoia. And Lee Iacocca, I mentioned this in my panel. That's what he did. He was the spokesman to lobby the U.S. government to push the Plaza Accord. Because he said U.S. manufacturers cannot compete against a devalued yen, and he was very passionate, shall we say, in his criticism. And I think with anime, that's really been very net positive. It's changed the sort of mindset amongst here in the United States. Japan is much more a lot like us, aligned with us, than it was, say, 30 years ago. And you're seeing that importation now, and it's not scary. It's almost to the point where it's like, we have an industry here, and how do we keep it going? Because it employs a lot of Americans. Whereas 30 years ago, when Toyota and Honda was setting up plants here in North America, employing American workers, the Japanese executives were hit with out and out racism. I mean, it was horrible.
At best.
And they were employing American workers at high wage jobs. Now it's much different. I think anime has had a positive impact in that regard.
If you excuse me, guys, I have to sneak out, so I want to thank everyone for everything, for having me. But yes, due to the weather, my ride, I have to go back. Thank you all so much. And thank you for your contributions to the discussion. Fantastic.
All right, guys, you got more questions out of the crowd? Okay. What honestly we'll do is, because we have such a wide and kind of broad question that we kind of try to present with this discussion. Let's, it's why do we think? Why is anime so popular in North America? Let's see if we can answer it in broad terms then. Because I know who is it? Where's George?
I was about to say, George summed it up pretty succinctly.
Answer again.
Say which one again?
The answer. George, why is anime so popular?
Why is anime so popular in the Midst? It is a beautiful art style, beautiful graphic for visual. It provides compelling characters that we can identify with in an interesting story that will grasp us, engage us, bring us together to form a community, and not talk down to. Thank you.
So you guys really out here for nothing. No, that was beautiful. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm more than happy with that answer. Is everybody else happy with that answer? Are we good with that? I want to thank nonchalantly Dr. Lisa Friedman for showing up, Sarah Sullivan for showing up, Chris Bevins because he had to leave, Dr. Ian Condry for showing up, Kevin McKeever for showing up. Thank you very, very much for showing up. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've done good work here. Do not let this discussion die here. Take it out to social media, take it out to wherever you are, wherever your friends are, and ask them the same question. And ask it over and over again. And whatever answers you find from them, post online. We need to keep this discussion going because, as you know, we've gone over many, many times in this discussion, anime is changing. Anime is changing daily, almost hourly in some cases. And we need to make sure that we keep the kind of idea out there that anime can be a thing that can be for everybody, not just the U.S., not just Japan, but everybody. And we need to keep on this discussion of why is it popular, why is it fantastic, and how can we make that better? Okay, so to keep this on. Will you help me with that? Will you help keep that going? All right, come to MBK. Here we go. And I'm just done with that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to Sauna. We're hopefully see if we can throw our podcast up. We've been recording this whole time. We're going to throw that up. We're going to make sure that that's on the website. Make sure that's on the Sauna website. We'll post the links as soon as we can. Thank you very much
for
coming.
Guys, when you came in, you received a survey. Please make sure that you fill that out and turn that in. Hey, I work for a company. Data collection is very important.
Yeah,
so make sure that you turn that in. That's very valuable information.
Thank you to the consulate. Thank you to the Recommend Anime Association. Go off, have a good time. Thank you guys very much.
And this has just come in. It appears that the great glow cloud that was covering the majority of our store the other day has dissipated into tiny confetti-like sparkles. Each of the confetti-like sparkles tends to burn my arms when they touch me. I'm not aware of why they do this, but I have been told by the city council that this is fine. Wait, this is the wrong show. Anyways, this is Radio DMG. I'm your host, Will Wesley, the Mile High Mouth, and, well, that has been a long, long show. Almost 5 hours, ladies and gentlemen. If you're still here, still listening, good for you. You deserve a cookie. But, I have cookies here. I'll just send them through the radio. Delicious cookies. So, that's it. You are all caught up. And I will see you next time. We'll have some of our non-DESCON interview stuff up, as well as a musical ration and other news. So, thank you. And now, the weather. Followed by screaming.
Morning, Maya.